time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas in the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with one tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Huh?
PUBG Mobile version 3.3 is here. Let's see how Classic Mode has been updated. First, we've made changes to the following areas in Erangel: Stalber, Ruins, and Milta. The adjustments are as follows. Stalber has been completely overhauled. We've renovated it into a completely new observatory that replaces the existing buildings. Gather supplies and engage in combat within the observatory. We've also added a zipline outside to help you reach the top of the building and return to the ground with ease. Try it out and see what else you can do with it. As for Milta, we improved its layout so supplies can be collected more efficiently. The areas are more tightly concentrated, making it much easier to plan your route. Lastly, we improved the Ruins layout, resource availability, and search routes. Please be aware that after this update, supply warehouses will no longer appear in Erangel. It is being replaced with a new way of getting supplies: Intel Rooms. They contain loads of supplies, including armor, weapons, and other items. Open them with secret room keys that can be found throughout Erangel. Time to go exploring. In this update, we've added a new weapon, the DSR Sniper Rifle. This is a dual-mag bolt-action rifle with high accuracy and high damage. It can be equipped with scopes, muzzles, magazines, and cheek pad attachments. DSR has a unique dual magazine mechanic. When the default magazine is empty, it will quickly be switched out, allowing you to continue attacking in quick succession. But keep in mind that the DSR can be picked up in Classic Mode. It has to be acquired from a supply shop or the mobile shop. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. In addition to all of this, we've made a few general improvements. Let's check them out. First, we've made some adjustments related to swapping seats in vehicles. Now, you can just swipe the change seat button in the direction of an empty seat to directly move to it. Moving on, the quick parachute feature has been added to classic mode and payload. The quick parachute button will appear once you reach a certain altitude. Use it to immediately deploy the parachute or put it away. The choice is yours. Next up are a few action improvements. Transitions have become much smoother when switching from third to first-person perspective and when aiming down sights. Enjoy smoother transitions in your matches. We have also added a new exclusive Inspect Pan emote. Try it out. In this version, we launched the new Memory Vault system. It can be accessed from the social lobby. From this version onwards, you'll get to display photos from each version in a 3x3 grid. Save your unforgettable moments. Plus, you can share your photos so others can peruse your cherished moments. Photos uploaded to the Memory Vault are saved permanently. Fill it up with precious memories. That's it for the main classic mode updates in this new version. If you have any feedback, let us know in the comments. Version 3.3 brings tons of new updates to Metro Royale. Let's check them out together. To start off, we added 2 shotgun faction weapons. They are the DBS and S12K. With their addition, you have more faction weapon choices than ever. Additionally, we've improved the damage dealt by all faction weapons, including the Cobras and Steel Front weapons. Their damage multiplier has increased from 15% to 25%. That should make faction weapons a fantastic choice in the new version. What's more, we've added a new special trait modification system. In this system, you can forge or modify fabled equipment traits to give them new bonus special traits or change existing ones. These traits greatly increase your effectiveness against bandits and PvE enemies. Keep in mind that both forging and modifying traits require schematics, which only appear in Zombie Uprising mode. I bet you're super excited to try out all these new weapon updates for yourself. Make sure to do so in the new version. If you have any feedback, let us know in the comments. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, Ocean Odyssey, to help you better grasp the new gameplay and have a better experience. First, situated underwater beneath a huge statue is the Ocean Palace. At the beginning of a match, there are 2 ocean palaces that you can go to. They are located in the waters under the ruins and Milta. Each ocean palace has loads of supplies and treasures. It's an ideal landing spot. Now, what's the quickest way to enter the ocean palace? Parachute directly to the ocean surface at the start of a match, and after plunging underwater, you will get a speed boost so you can quickly reach the palace. You swim faster in the water near the ocean palace, and you can hold your breath for longer, allowing you to move around quickly underwater. After passing through the sea suppressor barrier, you can enter the ocean palace. The sea suppressor barrier forms a large air pocket in the ocean palace, and you can battle in this space. The first time you enter the ocean palace, you will receive a special respawn. Do keep in mind that you will lose it if you leave the vicinity of the ocean palace. Inside the palace, you can activate the water nymph performance. When it ends, you'll be rewarded with supplies. A powerful item lies at the center of the palace, the Trident, which unlocks once the countdown ends. Upon retrieving the Trident, not only will you get lots of supplies, but a special respawn card as well. It's used to respawn in the battleground, and still works even when eliminated outside the Ocean Palace. However, the respawn card has a time limit, so pay attention to when it expires. Lost crates are hidden in the waters all around the palace. Dive in and explore for surprise loot. Once a certain amount of time passes in the match, a Kraken will appear and destroy the sea suppressor, flooding the Ocean Palace. Use the portals in the Ocean Palace to leave quickly. Finally, there are several Forsaken Ruins. Besides having tons of supplies, the Forsaken Ruins conceal 2 sea treasuries. Find the switches, to remove the water veil and enter the waterway from the Ocean Temple. Then you can find the Sea Treasury located underground. Light up all the pillars at the Treasury entrance to open the Treasury door and obtain the treasure. On the ground of the Forsaken Ruins, there is a blasting current and a mirage tower. Use them to get higher up or to move around. When you encounter an enemy, use them creatively to take the enemy by surprise. Furthermore, some Forsaken Ruins will have a spirit whale that appears in the sky after some time, and will leave a water orb on the ground after landing. Enter the water orb to board the whale escape pod. When the blue zone approaches, you can use the spirit whale to quickly get to the play zone. That's all for this video. Discover more ways to have fun. Hurry and try out Ocean Odyssey in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out.
Welcome in, everybody. It is none other than me, Powerbang. I'll be hosting tonight's show. We have The PUBG Mobile Deep Sea Domination Event for you guys tonight. So excited to kick things off. This is one of my favorite game modes probably ever in PUBG Mobile. So much fun, so much underwater action. If you guys have not checked out the game yet, definitely go do it. You can download it for free at every app store near you. Check it out on iOS, Android, etc. Go get that PUBG Mobile action and hop into the battlegrounds with us. And obviously, to catch more information on events like this and all the latest things in PUBG Mobile, make sure you drop a follow for them on social media. They're at PUBG Mobile everywhere. They will be thrilled to have you following them. That being said, I want to hop into tonight's action, and in order to do that, we got to bring in the boys. Got a couple of the friends in the house tonight. We got none other than Courage JD and Cypher PK. Fellas, what's going on tonight?
Yo, thank you so much for having us. You know, we are ready. Courage is flexing. He's in prime shape right now. Listen. I have watched a little bit of PUBG Mobile. I am ready to dive in and see what these top competitors are going to be teaching us today as a fellow noob. And I think Courage might have a little bit more experience, maybe with the face he's making. Clearly this guy's a professional. So.
Powerbag, you hear this guy looping me in with him, bro? Listen, Cyph, sit back, relax. Let Powerbang and I show you what's up today. That's what the broadcast is going to be.
Okay. I'll ask any questions if I have any.
Yeah.
I probably won't.
It's all right. PUBG Mobile.
Here we go. You guys are going to pepper me with questions. I am here to be your lovely expert in PUBG Mobile. But Cypher, great to have you with us. Courage, great to have you back. And it's time to hop into what the heck are we doing here today. Let's go through the event format a little bit and talk about the Deep Sea Domination event. Obviously, we've had players qualifying for the past week or so. We've had community qualifiers going down earlier, and the top 26 of those community players have advanced to today. The grand finals, that's what we're all here for. It's going to be 13 teams of 4 players each, a full squad, and those teams are comprised of a PUBG Mobile creator, 1 PUBG Mobile VIP, and 2 people that made it through the qualifiers from the community. We've got an interesting format tonight with a bunch of ways to score points. There's going to be the traditional, obviously, rank high and, get those rank points. Elims are worth 1 point each tonight, but we can also, as we race through our treasure map tonight, every team that gets to a checkpoint first will be receiving a certain amount of points. You can see them there on screen. And then as we get to those checkpoints, $1,000 will be awarded to the team that reaches that checkpoint first. So really excited about that. The first team tonight to hit 200 points wins the race and ultimately wins all of the spoils. So again, teams earn points tonight from eliminations, from placements, and also new point of interest challenges, which are going to be optional challenges that teams can complete each match. So at the beginning of the match, you're going to see a challenge on screen. Might be something like drop in a certain location or complete a certain task. If a team does that successfully, they'll get an additional 5 points. And obviously, we're going to be playing the new maps that feature the Deep Sea Domination game mode. And in order to choose those maps, it's going to be the Goldfish of Destiny. We'll talk about that here in just a moment, but I want to review the treasure checkpoints really quickly. Jack, come to you real quick. Courage, we got a race essentially where teams are going to have to get through this treasure map from point A to point B all the way at the end. What are you thinking about the mode?
I think it's a really cool and unique way of doing this. And as someone who's casted a lot of different events across many different games, I love unique moments like this. Even the last PUBG Mobile event, I think there's an incredible job of making these fun community events that have the perfect amount of competition, but then also give a lot of reason for the community to tune in and see what new unique rules and play styles and modes there's going to be. So as you can see, different thresholds across where each time they'll reach an additional $1,000 for their team. The multiplier will go up more and more, and I'm sure we'll take a look at some of these teams and break down who we think the favorites are for this. But listen, there's a lot of money on the line tonight, Powerbang. So prize pool, let's get on into it and see exactly how much is on the line. And Cypher, I know you know what money is. Break down for us.
100%.
What type of money is up on the line here today?
First place, $50,000 total, and then first place is taking $5,000, second taking $2,500, third $1,500, fourth $1,000. But we talked about the treasure checkpoints, and the first team to get those checkpoints will be adding a free $1,000. So it is pretty much a race, and I'm expecting teams to pretty much change their strategy as the point multiplier just starts going crazy in the second, third, fourth, and fifth match, especially if they're falling behind and need to make a Hail Mary play. But My dogs love to be a part of the broadcast, guys. They're just very excited about today's competition.
I was like, what is that noise?
We got a live crowd here. But yeah, I'm excited to see if anybody's going to change their strategy based on how they're doing as the tournament progresses. And I'm sure we're going to see some crazy plays towards the end.
We'll keep you an eye on that for sure. But in addition to the prize money that the teams can win tonight, we're also going to be doing a bunch of giveaways for the audience. And over the course of tonight's broadcast, make sure you keep your butt in the seat because we have hints that are going to be popping up on screen, just like you see right now. We've got 4 hints that'll go live during the show at some point tonight. And each of those hints can be combined in order to get your free UC, which is the in-game currency. And that will be shown towards the end of broadcast. But we're going to keep it a bit of surprise. You know, you got to stick around and tune in to find out. But with that being said, we've got some hints that will be coming here shortly. But I love the format where we're going to start slow, right, Cypher? We've got to ease you into this, kind of get a feel for things with that 1x multiplier. But as the games go on, as the maps progress, it's going to get crazy. And what's this? Beware? Do we have a clue already?
He's back.
It's our first clue. It's beware. Right on screen.
Beware. Okay.
Whoa.
Write that down, guys. Write that down. It's right here.
Beware.
I got you guys. There's 4
I don't know what
clues
that
in total.
means. Yeah, I don't know what that means just yet, but obviously maybe make a note. Keep it locked. Maybe keep it in the memory for later on. We also have teams that are going to be forming here today. We talked about them a little bit. I would love to dive into those and kind of see who's competing and what these teams are going to be called. So we bring that up. Cypher, check it out. We've got an underwater theme here.
Poseidon, Shoreline, Reef Raiders, Coral Commanders, Trusty Tridents, Electric Eels, Deep Sea Diver. Who came up with all these names? I would have ran out of like deep sea names after 5. Sharkbait, Salty Starfish, Flounder Fury, Bountiful Bubbles, Kraken Crew, and Mystic Rays. I mean, listen, just based off of name, like which one has the most aura? Like which one?
I gotta throw it to Jack. Jack, no context, no idea who's on these teams. Who's taking the cake tonight? Who's winning this thing?
Release the Kraken. That's what I'm going with right here, bro. I think Kraken Crew. They look great. And then honestly, you know, I always kind of think towards anything with food in it. So shark bait, you know, food, that's food related. Coral Commanders, I think sounds pretty good. I think really the teams that's going to win the most is who's going to do the best job of not having these tongue twisters mess them up today. Because when Shoreline
Kraken
Strikers are going after the salty starfish, I'm going to be messing that up over and over.
100%. We are going to get through it, though, I promise. So, Courage picks the Kraken Crew. I got to get an official blind prediction here. Maybe not. We'll come back to that shortly. We'll take a peek at the Kraken Crew. Dr. Kimmis, Her Gaming are the content creators that are participating on the team. And we have Nate and Levi coming in from the community. And that is your Kraken Crew. We take a peek at the Salty Starfish here. Winsanity, Angry Hoser, Joe, and KP Torpedo. So some solid members here of Salty Starfish. I'm getting a little bit of intel here before I make my pick. But we got Dab Plays coming in. I know, right? I'm just getting leaked all this information. This is great. I'm just stockpiling it. We got Dab Plays, Aries, Baby Shark, and FIS here for Poseidon Posse. And lastly, for the Reef Raiders, a little quick highlight on T-Mags and Lou Power coming in. And then we got T-Rackets and Ella as well. So overall, you know, I was going to go with the shark bait pick for me before you picked it as your number 2, Courage. Did you see any that stood out to you, Cypher?
Winsanity. I feel like that name just I've heard of him before. So I feel like I got to go with him.
Fair enough. It probably won't be the last time we hear from him tonight. A little birdie in my ear telling me we might talk about him a little bit later. Let's talk a little bit about the Goldfish of Destiny, though. Before each game, we are gonna see a little friend come on the screen here. A little deep sea. Oh, wait a minute. There's no goldfish in the ocean. What are we doing here? But Goldfish is gonna be picking the map for us tonight. You're gonna see him select Erangel, and that is how we will determine what map will be played. So that's the Goldfish of Destiny. Very excited for that one. Honestly, that's fairly unique. I have not seen that before. So, Cypher, have you ever seen anything like that? Goldfish picking the game?
Well, I mean, the team's got to adapt. Like they don't know what the next match is going to be, so they can't really plan too far ahead. But we see them dropping in right now into the first game, and I'm assuming that little vortex that we see on the map is the underwater little mini game that we're going to see players try to rack up points early in this lobby. Is that correct?
100%. Those are the new ocean palaces. They're going to be the new point of interest, and you can see that little portal. It's like a big whirlpool, essentially, and that's going to take us down into the water to like basically an underwater lair. And it's like a whole different universe of PUBG Mobile. It's really, really cool. Jack, I'm excited to get your take on this. Probably the first time you've seen it, but obviously a veteran to PUBG Mobile. Look at this as these teams try to swim down below in PUBG's latest update.
But this is what I'm talking about. This is the creativity that I just love to see. It keeps the game fresh, keeps it unique. I know that PUBG Mobile is such a diehard and dedicated community that there's just more and more reasons to always go check out and go play the game. I know tonight we're going to be talking about ways that just by watching, you'll get hints to earn UC, but then you can go and apply that to the game. Obviously, download PUBG Mobile with the links in the description of all the streams as we hop into the action of game number 1. Again, this is our lowest point multiplier game, but I really love the idea that Cypher brought up of playing strategy. Cypher, I know you've played in a lot of tournaments in the Battle Royale modes. For you, in a tournament like this, game number 1, I'm sure the nerves are high. What's kind of your goal in a traditional Battle Royale type game of how you want to play it?
Well, the thing is, like, the traditional scoring system of most tournaments I've been a part of has been constant, right? But since this tournament is kind of unique in the sense that the points are going to be multiplying as we go through, I think game 1 is the game where you really try new strategies and see what works and what doesn't. Because if it doesn't go in your favor, you end up landing in the new POI, you go underwater, you don't really get the points you're looking for. You can switch it up in the later games. They're going to be valued a lot higher. So that's what I would do. I would experiment in my first couple of games and then really lock in and go for a more traditional strategy that might work a little bit more consistently in the later games when you really need those points.
Fellas, I'm loving the commentary, but I do want to point out that this particular game, this drop is going to be hot. I don't know if you guys saw the challenge for this one. It was the full team needs to hot drop at the Ocean Palace POI, which obviously we're seeing quite a bit of activity right now. Teams are absolutely, just shredding one another. And the cool part, though, about this brand new Ocean Palace is, it's if you die, it's not the end of the world because you do get a respawn. You can see the plane flying in right now with those respawners. Ultimately here for Papa PGs, he gets knocked. It's not the end of the road for him. He'll be respawning.
You can see a medkit now being popped. Trying to keep their health up, trying to make sure they can play together as a team. It's so key. Again, you got to realize that a lot of these teams in this tournament, they're not going to have a ton of experience playing together. So I'm looking to see what teams are going to do the best with shot calling, playing behind, their leader, whether it's the top player or the creator, or if maybe community members are going to take charge here. Yes, there might be a certain pro that might be stacked in this, but at the same time, this is a team game. So whoever has best teamwork really could wind up surprising a lot of people in this one.
So what's going to determine the challenge winner? Is there going to be one winner, or does any team with their entire squad landing here, are they granted the extra points as well for landing here?
Any team that drops into the Ocean Palace, we got League Ops watching, all 700 cameras on the back end, making sure that the full team's dropping here. If any team drops here, they're going to pick up 5 additional points to add to their score. And obviously with a 1x multiplier, it's just 5 extra points. But as the games go on, these challenges inherently are going to get more and more valuable because the multiplier will apply to not only the elims, the rank points, but also to the challenges. So it's going to be interesting and will definitely cause teams to probably alter their strategies.
100%. That's without a doubt. And the cool thing about playing the new content is that it's still so fresh for everybody. Like, no one has it down to a science where the meta is really solidified. Like, a lot of these guys are hopping in and this is fairly new content. So they're finding new angles like right there. That didn't seem to work out for him. And they're finding new strategies on the fly. Like, they're literally learning the new content as they compete, which is some of the best ways to actually learn and experience a new piece of content.
I actually had a blast. I dropped into this map, just earlier in the week for the first time, and it was so much fun. I was doing some challenges similar to what these teams are doing, and my goodness, it was like definitely interesting because I didn't know all the corners and the angles of this new POI. But man, it was a ball of fun, and honestly, got a chicken dinner in my first game, so that was pretty cool. I was not expecting that, to say the least.
Okay. All right. I mean, any proof of that, Power Bang? Are you just gonna?
Yeah. You can check my YouTube channel at youtube.com/PowerBangGaming, and you'll see it right on there.
He said he had
Thanks for
4K.
alley-oop, baby.
4K.
4K. I just want to make sure, sometimes I play with Cypher a lot. He likes to make up stories. So
Whoa, come on. Everything's recorded these days.
Hey, it's cool to see T-Mags in another tournament here. T-Mags really impressed me in the last tournament that he had played in. As you can see, you're just swapping between the different perspectives. Now, just to confirm for my own sanity, Power Bang, when we see defeat 6 in the top left, that's the amount of eliminations they've gotten so far as a squad?
That's correct. So you can see the defeat 6. That's the team's number of elims. And then you can see the numbers next to each player, 2, 2, and 2.
Cool.
They've all got 2 elims apiece, and you can see 3 and 1, 1, 1. So apparently every team's got to share the elim load, equally.
Of course.
And every elimination right now is 1 point because it's our first game.
Ooh.
Is he taking like underwater damage here?
Oh, he's getting shot up. So
it's
hard to describe, but there's like a layer of water between when you drop in and the actual like ground that you can utilize. So these players are actually swimming, and you can see that little wall right there that they swam through. Now they're on the ground, and it's like normal, but you can shoot players that are in the water just as if they were swimming in the river. It's quite different.
So it's so unique. I love I would love to be a fly on the wall in the meetings when they're planning this mode out and trying it. And you see Rolex there just retrieve the trident. Now, what on earth does that mean, Power Bang? And Rolex having the trident seems like a bad thing for every other team in the lobby.
Indeed. The trident's a new melee weapon that they've put inside of the Ocean Palace. And after a timer at the beginning of the game expires, then that trident becomes available for everyone. You can melee it, and you're basically super strong and can knock people very easily. And you can also use a special ability that turns it into a water spout, which basically shoots you, 50 meters into the air, and you get this crazy vantage point, and can also move around like that, kind of protected. So it's a really good weapon to have.
What team is Rolex on? I need to know because I'm predicting him to win. And also, does this duo already have 14 eliminations between the two of them?
As luck would have it, he is on shark bait, my pick for the tournament. Blind pick, I got Rolex. Let's go.
As luck would have it, Power Bang rigged another PUBG Mobile tournament.
I don't know about all that.
This guy's about, bro. He rigs all these.
You gotta give me the history after this.
Hey, listen, yeah, he gets in all the info and then just I picked the winner again.
All right, the narrative has begun. The community is running wild with it. But yes, that was indeed a blind pick. We got shark bait, but honestly, it looks like they had some stiff competition. I don't know if you guys saw, but I think you did. It was Trusty Tridents with Bella Fox and FaZe GG. They got Buzz and Dr. Quatch, their community members, each with 7 elims so far. So they're getting hard carried by the qualifiers that have come in to support them.
Here, still 47 left in this. Now, again, the respawn still coming on in up to 49. Now, Power Bang, correct me if I'm wrong. They're going to have to rotate here soon, right? Because
16.
The zone is beginning to move on in as they're now up to 16 eliminations. Now, in this one, points are still 1 point per elimination. So 16 points so far, but there is also placement points as well in this. So, I mean, we could see a monster game number 1 from this squad. The Trusty Tridents looking good to kick off game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're closing in on that first checkpoint. We talked about the treasure checkpoints, and each one is worth $1,000. So with their 16 eliminations right now, they're already up to 16 points. And then placements start kicking in up until 13 teams remain. And right now there is 13 teams. So now they're up to 17 points guaranteed. If they can just get to 25 points before the other teams, they will be the first team to secure that first checkpoint, and that's going to be a huge motivation boost for them, and $1,000.
Oh my gosh! They just got 2 more knocks. 18 elims. 18.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, the crashing in the water.
Buzz, what is that? I'm changing my pick. Trusty Trident's going to win. I'm changing my pick. It's only game 1. I'm allowed to.
Is it too soon, though, Courage? They're busting off this crazy performance in game 1 where there's no multiplier. Like, are they going to be able to follow this up on the other maps? I don't know.
I'm just telling you right now, the two of them are playing like a perfect hit squad. It's actually so impressive to watch, taking different angles,
20.
having perfect crossfires. When one player's weak, the other one pops back out. If you watch, they never took a 2v1 challenge where they're both hitting from the same angle. They're always hitting from a different side to make sure they can't be fired down. And even now as they rotate, still going in the same pathway, making sure they're near each other, but that's across the map. Someone just got melted right there. Oh my goodness.
Thirsted.
Dang.
Right.
Serves them right. That
Now,
was
are they out if they die underwater, or is that kind of an instance experience?
It's kind of an instance experience. You go into that whirlpool area, and basically anybody that dies up there, you get an opportunity to respawn and drop into the map, just like a normal PUBG Mobile drop. Gotcha.
So that's not the last we've seen of them, assuming that was their first death.
That's correct. We'll see him. And dude, they hot dropped the POI for 5 points. They have 20 or 21 already. So they've already put at least 25 points into their column. Like, that's crazy.
I forgot about the challenge. Yes. So they are now. Do they have to? Are they considered the first team since they already hit it live in game, or is there some sort of, like, if another team catches up in this match, like, will they have to fight for it? What's the breakdown here? Are they already secured with checkpoint number 1?
So let's see. We'll have to see where they're at. My guess, I would have to wait for a League Ops ruling on this one, but my guess is probably going to be the team that's furthest ahead after game 1. But yeah, hey, will they get 2 checkpoints in the first game? We'll see.
Wait,
second checkpoint coming in at 50 points. It's possible. It's just I think the gameplay might slow down just a little bit right here, because every team pretty much dropped for the extra bonus points. And assuming the challenge is gonna change from match to match, we might not see that many people hot drop there, unless going for the trident is that important for the overall scoring and victory.
Look at how many people are still outside the zone and having to move on in. Absolutely going to pop off as this game goes on. And yeah, Cypher brought up a great point. If the game's now going to begin to slow down a little bit as we've gotten away from those hot drops, here is Winsanity. We mentioned him earlier. Going for the quick beam right there.
This was my pick right here. They're starting off slow. This is game 1, right? So
yeah.
They're not gonna W key instantly. They're just taking it slow, getting a feel for all the other teams, and then they're gonna pop off in game 3 and 4 when the multipliers really kick in.
Yeah, it's a tempered approach, right? Like, they're not just going absolutely crazy in game 1, because they know that the multipliers are where it's at. You're gonna see the salty starfish pop off in games like 3 and 4 if we make it that far.
Was he driving a Lamborghini, by the way? Was that the car that he was driving?
Yes,
indeed.
It's great. The PUBG Mobile skin combinations and everything that's available in the game are second to none in all of gaming. They're so impressive. As salty starfish, again, slow start, as you mentioned. Sharkbait Rolex did have that trident earlier, now just flying around trying to look for a best place to potentially land and help out their knocked teammate, as Rolex will make it over in time. Will they be able to get the res? It does appear so. This ridge is absolutely perfect, as this one will come on through. Now, is that the bountiful bubbles on the other side of that ridge? I'm trying to tell. Yes, it is. So that's, now we're on board with them. They're just holding up in this building for the moment. They are currently pretty weak, so having to try to just batten down the hatches and wait, see if they can stay alive until potentially a third party shows up.
Are you guys seeing these water grenades like that, for example? Perfect opportunity to talk about the brand new orbs and the orb blasters. Basically, you can throw water grenades, and if you actually hit somebody with one of those, they have to swim to get out of it. So all of a sudden, they're kind of stuck in a swimming pool, and you can just shoot them. It's the funniest little mechanic.
You can see through the spectator POV in the wall there. That is actually too funny. Look at how they're getting this pinch right now. And this ridgeline Cypher is so powerful for Rolex. The teammates are beginning to push on in from the height of the other side of the buildings. And they're going to either push them into Rolex, or Rolex is just going to farm. As you can see, that nade connects down onto 7. They continue to get weaker and weaker. This is looking grim right now if you're the bountiful bubbles. 7 just trying to see. Look, there's no place that's safe. Smoke grenade now down. 7 popping a bandage for the moment. Doing whatever they can. At some point, they're going to have to explode out one side. I don't think they realize Rolex is all by themselves. It looks like a fight's going on the other side of these buildings. Rolex just continuing to stay here and be a thorn in 7's side. doing
Look at
everything
the third party coming in.
Line. And yeah, exactly. A third party coming in could be the saving grace for the Bountiful Bubbles. As Sevenson spotted and goes down.
Wow.
Just like that. And that is why I mentioned Rolex is a fearsome competitor. Multiple players now knocked on Bountiful Bubbles. It looks like he's going to go in for the cleanup. Will he get it? Yes, he
there
will.
it is.
Oh my goodness. Beautiful shots. The res comes through. Bountiful Bubbles go out in 13th place.
Yeah, third party Cypher, you nailed it. They're lurking, right? Here they come. They just drop onto the roof, but he's all alone from what it seems like. And he knocks Rolex, which is huge. Will his teammate get off the heel in time? I don't know if he will. Rolex is flushed. There may be an opportunity still to bring him back into the fight, but I don't know if the time has expired for that. It looks like he might have been knocked out, actually. So here's the teammate, and...
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is trouble.
Oh, he got one. But he gets taken down. He managed to get the thirst off, though, before getting wiped.
It reminded
I'll say his teammates rolled in just in time. They were in the 1v2 there, and I actually lost, but was able to get that support from the teammates. I will compliment the patience of Rolex there on the flank of that last fight, able to kind of get the squad wipe. Unfortunately, it just took a bit too long to develop. They were a bit slow to get it done, and ultimately allowed for the third party to take them out.
One thing I want to bring up too is that's a fearsome squad. Jacob Gaming is incredible at PUBG Mobile, and he has 0 eliminations for that team. And they're still doing this well. If Jacob Gaming now begins to kind of pick it on up and play the way that Jacob can, that is going to be a very scary team. Shoreline Strikers, their community players absolutely popping off there as well. Definitely something to keep watch of as this game goes on. We're down to 11 squads. Reminder for everyone watching, we're just tuning on into the broadcast. This is a $15,000 deep sea domination going on here today, celebrating another incredible update to PUBG Mobile. $15,000 on the line, unique point values, unique new weapons in the game, so many things to do. Download the game, come play PUBG Mobile with the link in the description. Check it on out and stay tuned in. There's still 3 more hints where you can learn how to earn a UC in the game.
Jack, you're making my job easy here, my friend. I was just about to call that out. Got those hands, keep your butt in the seat. He's got it. He's a seasoned pro, ladies and gents. As you can see, Rolex was able to get that revive, so he is not down and out just yet. And you know what? If anything that I know about Rolex, he will be looking for revenge. So we have not seen the last of him on this map just yet.
He's in a bit of a tough spot trying to regain here. Just looking for any scraps that he can find. And it does look like one of his teammates is up with him. Are the other two? I see a grave mark next to their name, so I'm assuming they're out. Are they able to potentially come back, or are they done?
The grave marks are out. So yeah, up there on the little UI, you can see like Angry Hoser, for example. He's dead and gone for the moment. But I will say, we just saw a notification in the middle of the screen. The Celestial Sea Treasure is available, which basically is a bunch of loot. It replaces some of the airdrops on the map, and basically a special airdrop is going to descend from a water column, and ultimately is a place you want to go if you're Rolex to pick up a bunch of supplies. You know, if you do get eliminated after like a hot start like they had, you're starting out with like an Uzi and naked basically otherwise. So he's got a lot of loot to pick up in order to get competitive once again.
The Celestial Sea Treasure has spawned.
Hey, how'd that sound?
Was that in game?
What do you think? What do you think? Come on.
I loved it.
PUBG Mobile. Where's my voice pack? Come on. Get me in there. Is another fight beginning to go down. Again, everyone beginning to converge. That zone getting smaller and smaller, trying to get the escapists. No.
What?
They're chasing them down. What am I watching right now?
Are these... Oh, okay, somebody's got to explain to me the difference. Is this like a manta ray or a devil ray or just a stingray? I think it's a stingray. We'll go with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where do you get one of these? If I'm playing, I want a flying stingray.
Absolutely. You can pick them up as loot and just bust them out as a vehicle. It's pretty sweet. You can fly around. Obviously super helpful to, take it to another level, maybe hit the roof, get an angle on an opponent here, and angles are needed because Dad Plays is about to get his 2 teammates back in the fight. I'm wondering why they chose to stop putting the pressure on the team, and they're just flying around now.
There's a player knocked on each side. So basically, while Dab Plays gets the res, all that they're doing is keeping No Way tracked. If you look, they're flying right after each other, chasing him, basically saying, if you land on them, I'll land on them. So now the number advantage actually goes back towards this squad, as this is going to be, I'm trying to see what team this is. Poseidon Posse. They do have a 3 versus 2 here at the moment, as they will just land and reset for a second. It looks like they've recovered quite nicely. It was looking grim there for a moment.
This is one of the craziest scenes that I think I've ever broadcasted in a video game of any kind. Like, I don't even know how to tell you what's happening on screen. You have to kind of see it for yourself. There are stingrays that are being engaged and disengaged. Jack, you did a nice job summing up, you know, kind of the strategy behind it. Man, well, talk about like dynamic gameplay.
I mean, they know, right? It's a number advantage. There's one knocked on either side. The one guy said, hey, you get the res. All I'm going to do is chase down his teammate to ensure if he tries to fly in at you, if he tries to go for a res, I will be right on his tail. It lets them reset, lets them get their number advantage back into play. And honestly, one of the most powerful things you can have, Cypher, in a competitive battle royale game is the number advantage. It basically just says, hey, we've got more than the others. It's time to go at them.
Especially if you know how to use the angles with the extra numbers. It's priceless, and we saw it in action right there. Using the stingray just to just hover above and be a constant threat while your teammates recover. Just perfectly played.
Yeah, I feel like this Jeep should be a boat. I don't know.
Production,
it feels a little out of place.
Production, can we pull up the map? I want to take a look at where all these teams are, what dead side of zone is going to be. Maybe describe that a little bit to our viewers watching. This one is, oh, boom, look at that. Okay, so look at how much more populated the north side of the map is. I'm expecting Salty Starfish to be in a good position to stay alive for a long time in this game. But Cypher, talk to me a little bit about the difference between being on that congested north side versus being on the dead side, the south side of this zone.
So if your goal is to get the chicken dinner, you want to win, you want to be on dead side, because it's going to be the least contested, least chance of getting into combat, and you're going to have the easiest rotations. This is dead side right here. Like, you're seeing the rotations. There's 34 players left going into this next circle. It's going to get very, very stacked, and you're eventually going to run out of space and run out of cover with how many people are alive, and fights will be forced upon these players. So you can position yourself on dead side. It's just, in any battle royale, it's just very sweet.
Connects those shots to the vehicle, but the teammates actually provide some decent cover fire there, keeping him alive for the moment. But he's hidden behind a rock at this point, and that is not currently in the safe zone. So he's going to need to wait and position himself just a bit further in zone. But definitely a lot of teams still alive. We got 33 players left on the battlegrounds right now, 10 teams. And the circle's getting awfully small, and really the main elevation change is this massive mountain here, and all the teams starting to move off of it, so it's going to get awfully cramped in a hurry.
Yeah, if you're wondering, going, wait, there's still 33 players remaining, this is about to escalate very quickly from here on out. I actually really like this spread that we see from the deep sea divers right here. Just making sure, actually, is that the Kraken crew? Oh, this is the Kraken crew. Sorry, I'm trying to get all these logos down. Okay, I apologize. But the Kraken crew, the crew that I thought would do a great job, I love that they are staying spread in these buildings, showing position from every spot. Because if you think about it, if a team begins to rotate on in and tries to take control of one of these buildings, they don't know that maybe her is the only one in this building. They can't just say, oh yeah, let's go challenge that. They have to pretend like there's 4 players wherever they see. So they're going to be able to hold down that little village quite nicely right there by having presence in every single building.
So you're talking about Lambos. Yeah, we're in a little boutique here where you can pick up a Lambo, or at least look at one. So that's pretty cool. Wow. Got to ask your opinion, Saif. Obviously coming from the perspective of other games, if you're in this house, by yourself or with a teammate, are you kind of staying quiet and hiding, or are you being loud and letting somebody know, like, hey, we're here and this is well defended?
You have to be loud, because, like, I was just thinking about what Courage was saying. A team is going to be eventually desperate enough to get cover, and if you're not making noise, they're going to assume the building is unoccupied or maybe has a solo in there. So you almost have to pretend that you are 3 people as one individual to make sure that teams don't try to take your building. Because if a team does recognize that another team is split up like that, and they know for sure they're split, they could all 3 just rush into one building and take the guaranteed 3v1, and the other 2 might not be fast enough to stop it.
That's great insights there for sure. Spoken like a pro. I'm still kind of mesmerized by the early performance. Rolex finally cleared off the map. We just saw him go down in the kill feed, so we'll mention that from earlier. But no, I'm still looking like every team we go to, they've got like 3 elims, maybe 4. We saw 20 already, like, off the drop. So I'm really curious to see what these scores look like after this game. Like, I'm already anticipating it being over, but teams are going to definitely be trying to close the gap for sure. Got the Electric Eels getting into it now for the first time. I got Waffles and Metalcore here, finally getting some up-close and personal action. Courage, who do you got between Salty Starfish here and the Electric Eels?
I mean, I like the fact that Salty Starfish have height. They also have a 3 versus 2, but I'm trying to see. I think Joe in here is by themselves. Okay, I mean, here we go. Looks like they know they have a 3 versus 2, and they're going to try to collapse on in. A fight is about to break out here as Winsanity and Squad pushing on in, trying to hold their building down. They know there's 2 players on the same floor. Shots coming on in. Winsanity does get weak. The teammates now challenging around the corner. It doesn't look like they have any nades to clear them out. Metal goes down. Volt finds 2, though. I think it's now a 1 versus 1.
It's a 1v1.
It's a 1 versus 1. Volt now just 1 shot. Will Winsanity go on in? It looks like this kid's going to get off in time for the heal.
Oh, it's a third party again.
And no, Winsanity's got to back on out. One of the players, I believe, had a self-res, or no, they're coming back in. Oh, my goodness. This fight continues as there's now 3 teams in this building. Winsanity, one of those shots.
That was insane.
That was the third party coming in from the flank, and he sees him, and Uralin goes down. Win clutches it for the squad. They're still in it, but unfortunately for Win, he's lost all of his teammates. It's down to just him. Courage, is he going to be able to make it?
Here's the thing, though. That moment right there can completely change this team's tournament. If Winsanity goes down right there, he's got no chance of earning more points. Winsanity now 1 shot. No! Does get knocked. The elimination should come through, and Winsanity's squad, the Salty Starfish, get eliminated in 9th place, but what an effort right there. I cannot actually believe that Metal and Volt just survived that 3 versus 2. Props to them. 1 room, and guess what? They're getting rewarded by this zone continuing to move towards their building, Cypher.
Yeah, that's just perfect for them. They have the cover. They didn't get completely wiped. They can be able to hold that power position and just get guaranteed more placement points here. And we got confirmation from the crew. The team that has the most points will be the team that is crossing that first checkpoint. So even if we saw the team earlier have 20-something eliminations, they had a great start, and they might have had 25 points early in the game. But if another team manages to pass them up as this game progresses, that team will be the one to get the checkpoint and get the $1,000.
Look at Jacob playing sneaky, all by himself, hopping up, getting a knock from behind, going to have to move on in. If you're Jacob in this position as a solo, and you still have to rotate on in towards zone, you're just hoping other squads will drop and give you more placement points, because this is incredibly grim. He's got no smoke grenades to rotate. He knows he's a solo, no one else to rely on. The question really comes in, can Jacob just survive as a solo here? We'll have to find out. Dab plays on this roof. Jacob trying to rotate on through. Doesn't find anything yet. There's the beams, and yeah, I mean, that's a tall order to be able to find. They go down.
Tough
that's
break.
A 7th place elimination. You kind of expected that one, Power Bang. You're out in the middle of the field with no smokes and no teammates. But it looks like this building here is going to be the central focus of everything. The beautiful shots from the Reef Raiders does knock down 1.
We'll see if the follow-up nade lands.
He's going to opt to just throw it on the first floor there.
Ooh, almost forced Voltex back into the grenade's path. We're down to 4 teams. Just a couple of players left for every team, it looks like. Nate the solo here for his squad, and it is the Kraken crew surviving. Goes up head-to-head with Voltex and gets the elim, and just like that, Kraken crew make it just a bit further. And it is down to the final 8 players right now. 4 teams alive. Not sure who's going to take this one. It's pretty evenly split across the board, Cypher.
These moments are so important as a solo because most of the placement points are going to be coming in the final 5. And Nate winning that 1v1, that's an extra point right there. But that's just more time alive for him to rack up points for his team who already had a good amount of eliminations. So I know they're feeling good about that. The high
Metal.
ground, though, the high ground is just so powerful, I think, in this circle.
Think about how much this tournament has now changed for Electric Eels by Metal and Volt earlier, like staying alive in that 2 versus 3. Now they've gone from what would have been a top 10 to a top 4 and a potential for more as Metal trying to thwart this team across the way from keeping the angle towards him. Looks like Trakas is not going to spot them as of yet. Going to spawn in the Manta Ray, Devil Ray, Sting Ray, and begin to rotate as knowing that Metal's up there. They're just trying not to get beamed, but I mean, is that a full squad of 4?
That is a full squad, yeah. I was going to say.
Yeah. I mean, how are you going to beat that?
If they fumble this, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, I don't
2
see how this
duos
is possible.
And a squad of 4. There might be, you know,
What team
actually,
is this? Is that Coral Commanders?
Nate's still a solo.
Look at how much dynamic game, like the Rays are just completely game changing because Metal was in a spot of cover. Once they became aware of who, he was there, it's like, we're going to push this guy. And now they're just flying around, trap shooting, basically. They're just dodging people, trying to shoot them out of the sky. This is incredible from Metal.
Coral Commanders, y'all got to lock it in right now. You have a full squad of 4 against 3 teams, or 2 solos and 1 duo. You cannot lose this game right now. Metal on top of the roof, try to play this position, throws down the smoke for the moment. Shots coming out, and Metal drops to 1 shot from that perfectly cooked grenade. But it looks like another one's about to come on in. Another nade. Oh, Metal gets the heal.
Tanks the nade.
That heal. Did you see the timing on that heal?
He got it off, and 0.2 of a second later takes a chunk damage that would have otherwise knocked him, but he's still in it.
Oh, the nade comes in, going for the re-knock. Doesn't quite get it.
I mean, Metal
incoming.
Just needs to...
Incoming.
Oh my God!
Takes it again.
Nah, this is crazy.
Wait,
okay.
it's 2 solos and a full squad.
Yeah.
Or maybe a duo.
It's a duo, a solo, and a full squad.
Yep.
Coral Commanders, no Metals here. Metals now about to get pushed out, trying to rotate through. Yeah, no shot at all. That's a shotgun to the jaw. It is now a 4v1v1. Papa PG does get cut down, though, and that is the squad of 4. We'll have to see if they're able to get the res off in time. Rotating on out of the building now. Trock is still in a good position to put down some more good damage, and you can see, actually, one of the players on Coral Commanders is knocked. The other one, both are now knocked! Both are now knocked! And it's now just a 2v1v1. The Reef Raiders with Trakas on height. You can see both players down low. Trakas should be able to survive to the end because at some point they're going to have to fight Nate in this building. You'd have to at least say, as we'll see where the zone goes, can they clutch up? Will Coral Commanders fumble this game 1?
I don't think so, Courage. Interesting thing, I'm seeing Titan KX here on the squad. He is a backup player on the roster for one of the top esports teams in North America. So they are not lacking for skill on the Coral Commanders team here. Eris downstairs and KX going to be trying to hold this ground. But Trakas up top pops the water spout. Are you kidding me? Look at this.
Did he maybe use it too early?
I think he's just trying for vantage points right now. He's protecting himself, but also trying to get that, that visual. Who's outside as this zone comes in, and he's having to pop a parachute at this stage of the game. Not what I was expecting to see.
Okay, no one outside as of yet. Who will make the first move? Who will take game number 1 of this $15,000 Deep Sea Domination tournament? You can see Nate just trying to patrol. Hey, if someone wants to push upstairs, they're going to have to tank some damage. So looks like they're more than happy with staying as a duo on the low ground. Trakas does still have this trident.
This trident might be everything right here.
Right? Yeah. Imagine a couple melee finishes to get the dub here. That's what I'm rooting for at this point. Track is trying to put the Reef Raiders on his back. It looked super unlikely a moment ago. But with the clutch plays, he's got this now down to a very manageable finish.
I mean, where do you go from here? I'm trying to see. You go to that little outside building right there and try to play behind that, maybe play a right angle peek. If it rotates towards that, because I think that's where that's going, right? Here we go.
He's eating the blue, and it was not the call.
What?
And he nearly gets the thirst.
No, they're
not
going
sure
to get
if
the
he's able to confirm it.
They're going to get the res, right?
You know,
He-
that's an
he's going for it.
interesting
He's
play.
Nate's going for the
Angle.
game. Nate is going for the game. Here it is. Shots coming on in. Nate now weak. You can see it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Nate quite low, does go for the full. It's a 1v1v1. Now a 1 versus 1. Who would have thought the backup for the tournament, the last alive on their squad, 1v1.
I'm surprised
trying to stay
Trakas-
alive.
I'm surprised he didn't
I
drop down
agree.
to try
I
to.
agree.
That was a perfect opportunity for that third party, but now we've got Kax, who plays for Titan Gaming, so that's a really, really tough competitor. But Trakas here has been super impressive. 6 elims already to his name, trying to add a 7th here to secure what, in my eyes, would be an incredibly clutch chicken dinner to cap off our first game.
Oh, they're making their
Courage,
move.
he's busting the trident out. This is
I
trouble.
think he's gonna wait for the timing here. He's gonna wait for the zone to kick in, and he's gonna use the trident at the perfect time. Here we go. He's using it right now. He's gonna take the elevation. This was his plan the entire time. But is this gonna pay off?
Oh, yeah, he's
Yeah.
making him eat blue zone while he just...
What?
This
That's
is crazy.
incredible.
Here we go. The final challenge does land.
but he
Spots
does
in the building,
land
but no!
awkwardly and gets taken out.
So
It looks
Kax
like he took a
comes
little bit of
back.
fall damage at the end right there.
He was trying to get to the weapon, unfortunately for him, not able to find it in time, and Kax there able to take him down. Clutch out for the Coral Commanders, the winner chicken dinner. That's who I thought was going to win that, but I did not see it going down at all like that. I got to get your reaction, Cypher. That was the first look at PUBG Mobile. Was that what you expected, first and foremost?
That was crazy. There was a lot of things in there. I thought it was just going to be some shots here and there and some rotations. I wasn't expecting to see flying manta rays and trident and Poseidon and underwater action. I'm hooked. That was crazy, and that end game was crazy too. And I know what he was thinking. He was like, if there's at least more people alive, I can pull off this trident play. And while they're all eliminating each other, I'm just going to be up in the air. But since it was a 1v1 at the end, it just kind of didn't pan out the way he wanted it to be.
Courage, the water spout play at the end there on the roof. He goes to the center of the zone. At that point, did you think, oh, he's got that? Like, I thought that was a 200 IQ play.
I look, it was like you got the shiny new toy and you want to show it off, but it's not actually your best moment there. I actually want to go back a bit before that, because we had mentioned, I'm wondering if that's some nerves there, Cypher. Like when they're fighting down low, I think the base level thing that in a competitive environment is, if you're in a 1 versus 1 versus 1 and the other 2 players are fighting, you've got to go and challenge them when you're full HP.
And he heard 2 shots being fired. Like, he heard 2 players engaging in a fight. It wasn't just one-sided. So you have to assume that the other player is a little bit weak and make the play. But I also understand, like, from his POV, like, he has the trident play, which is probably unexpected. And in my opinion, almost should have worked had he not taken that damage as he went down. Because that, that little spot that, I forgot the name of the player that he found was a perfect spot. Like, he did not have, he had a great angle on him right as he dropped down from the whirlwind.
Yeah, he really did. And unfortunately for, the guy dropping for the water spout, KX had a DBS, which is like one of the most lethal shotguns you could possibly have, and he was close range. So ultimately, as long as you hit the target, there's not much chance for him. But this fight right here was really where the action kicked off once we got off of the initial POI off the Ocean Palace. Rolex getting it done here in a 1v3 situation. But unfortunately for him, the quick third party ultimately spells doom for their team. They lose their momentum, and ultimately they do get wiped a bit later on in this contest. But third party's courage were super, super big. We saw that in the middle of the game as well, with Winsanity and Metal having a standoff, and that same player rolls in and interrupts it right here as well.
I mean, that was an insane reaction from Winsanity to be able to finish that elimination. Unfortunately, not able to get out of it. Who would have thought? We basically just watched this building for the final 10 minutes of the game. The amount of fights that happened there was absolutely crazy. The roof came into play. Coral Commanders really scared me right there. I think what scared me the most.
I gotta see this. I gotta see this.
Yeah.
So he.
That was the first one. There's the knock that Nate had, but
Yep.
yeah, here.
So he takes damage here, or there's like
No,
there's a little
So
Play zone.
he's in the zone, Syph, but when you land from that height,
There's an
you take
animation
your
there.
normal animation, like where your character has to recover. That was the worst part. Crazy.
So
crazy
what do you
final
do?
moments.
So what do you do different? You bring it back towards the house, so you land back on the
Yes.
roof, and you have
Or
a better
Get that
vantage point.
elim before the blue zone closes.
Or
You
just
push
give
that
yourself to
fight
recover.
third party, and you pick up the win when they're fighting down below. That's
Yep.
what
Yeah.
you do differently.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I feel like that was the move, but ultimately a crazy first game. Courage, that was the first time I thought of it when you said, hey, this house we were on for like multiple fights for the last like 10 minutes of the game. I was like enthralled that whole time. That was action packed. I didn't even realize we were there, but you're totally right. Really, really cool seeing like the dynamic, like being able to take that ray and go level to level, jump up to the roof, push your enemy, fly around, take up a different position. It totally changes the game, this brand new 3.3 update. So really, really excited with what I'm seeing. Now, I'm turning my attention to the scoreboard because we saw some teams kind of later on in this game. We saw Winsanity Squad, Metals Squad. Obviously, towards the end, we saw some teams like really kind of going at it. It was I gotta remember the names. It's the C names, the Coral Commanders.
Yes.
We saw them pick up the dub at the end, but I want to know how much that actually paid off because, guys, remember it was the trusty Tridents earlier on in the game that were rocking like 25 points, like off the drop, more or less. So, Cypher, I don't know if you got any predictions. Are we going to see Trusty Tridents on top, or is some of these teams that actually made it further into the game, are they going to be top dogs after this first game?
I mean, the placement points is 15 points for first. So getting 20 elimination points off rip is the same as getting a chicken dinner. So they might still be at the top unless another team also kind of edged them out with the placement points.
For sure. So we'll see how this wraps up. I know the team is crunching all of the numbers right now, double checking them. Obviously, we've got challenge points to throw in there. We're going to have a treasure map and see all the progress here in just a moment. But we've got a couple of other maps as well to look at today. That's going to be super fun. It's not just Erangel, like the tried and true, map that everyone knows in PUBG Mobile. We also have Sanhok, we have Livik coming up a bit later, but before we get to those maps, I think we ought to reveal the scores. So after one game of play with one multiplier, here are your top dogs. And we have some, so the rankings are in order of finish, but as you can see, it is the trusty Tridents with the total score lead here, 34 total points off the back of challenge points and elims. Courage, what do you make of these standings?
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, they were slaying out so hard. That duo of Buzz and I believe it's Dirkwash, they are just insane how they were playing to begin that game. And I would not be surprised to see them continue to play well in the hot drop. You can see multiple teams, though, did break that 25-point threshold, but because they had the most, they're the ones that are going to win our first point value $1,000 threshold. So boom, $1,000 for that team right there. But what I do want to remind everyone right now is, oh wait, it shows where they are in the order. Okay, that's
Look
cool.
at this.
Shout out to production.
Look at this.
You guys are popping off. But what I do want to point out and remind everyone at home is, even if you're rooting for a different team that might have had a rough first game, remember we are going up in point multipliers per game. So you can have a horrible first game, but if you have a decent game 2 and then pop off match 3 is worth 2 times as many points. So no one's out of this one. Everyone's still in contention. Remember, it's first to 200 is what we're playing to. I'm only at 34 for the leading team. So a lot of action still to come.
Absolutely. So we look at a 1.5 multiplier for the next game. Yep. Obviously, we're going to have teams suiting up right now, getting loaded into the lobby. We'll kick things off there momentarily. But again, congrats to the trusty Tridents for picking up that $1,000 bonus for being the first team to reach that checkpoint. But I think it's time we bring our Goldfish friend back in and we choose our next map. So let's get in there and check it out. Here is the Goldfish of Destiny. What are we going to play? Is it Livik? Is it Livik?
Oh,
it is Livik. Well, there we go. He's chosen Livik. So we will be checking out the Ocean Odyssey theme mode on Livik. The Goldfish of Destiny has told us so. So I love the random choices here from a Goldfish. That's not where I thought I would be this evening.
Goldfish is making me hungry.
Here we are.
Come on, man.
What?
Not the gold.
Talking about?
Bro,
what kind of diet are you on over there, Courage?
We're talking about chicken dinners. We got a goldfish. Bro, does no one else think that sounds tasty right now?
I mean,
like,
the chicken dinner
bro.
for sure.
Good
Goldfish?
Lord. We're keeping this brand compliant. It's
All right.
chicken dinners, no goldfish dinners.
All right. Hey.
Oh, gross.
my bad, bro. My bad. I'll stop. No, I think going into game number 2, there's a lot that these teams can look into, and I think that we kind of see a playbook potentially, Cypher, of where you can edge out your opponents, and that's by popping off in the hot drop right off the beginning.
Yeah.
3/4 of the points that the Trusty Tridents got was simply from their strong early game. So you can stay alive through the whole game, or you can play full on as aggressive as possible early on, rack up a bunch of eliminations, and then pull off the gas pedal a little bit, play safe, and then push the gas again in those final moments of the game.
So remember, a big part of the reason why there were so many players in that hot drop was the first challenge was your full team landing at the Ocean Palace. That gives you 5 free points. So you don't have to do well there, but if you land there, you get 5 points. Now, for game number 2, the challenge is actually looting a Celestial Sea treasure. So I don't know how many treasures there are out there, and I don't know if there's only at specific locations, but if it is at a specific location, we could see kind of a repeat of a bunch of players landing there. But they actually this time have to loot the sea treasure. Landing there is not going to be enough to secure the challenge points, and the challenge points are worth 50% more in game number 2, and so do all the other points as well. This is a 50% multiplier in effect right now.
Absolutely. The sea treasures, the Celestial Sea treasures, are basically replacing some airdrops. We'll see those a little later on in the game this time, so it's not going to be a crazy POI hot drop. So we think. But my guess is that this Ocean Palace, for one, is super fun. You get to see sharks and all kinds of cool stuff on the way down. So, I mean, there's that incentive. But you get super looted, and there's really no risk, right? If it doesn't go well, you just respawn, drop somewhere else, and loot up again. So for me, I don't see the downside of dropping at the Ocean Palace and trying to pop off and get those elim points that, again, remember, 1.5 times multiplier for this particular game. So for me, I expect Ocean Palace to be a hot drop once again. I will be intrigued, though, to see if any teams choose to, go a different route. Like if they, there's 2 Ocean Palaces, will someone else go, to the normal battlegrounds and just loot up and ignore it altogether? I don't know. Courage, I don't know if you have any predictions there, boys. But we're just about to load up our second map here, I'm hearing. Courage, give me a pick based on what you saw in game number 1, right? Like, who are the teams that stood out to you?
I think Trusty Trident's going to just do the same thing again. Like, they seemed very confident, that duo, in close range skirmishes, and didn't really care if it was a 2v2, 2v3, 2v4. They just knew they had that great teamwork. I think what I'm interested in is seeing a team that might be a little bit less confident in their early game fighting, play around getting a bunch of smoke grenades and going and securing that Celestial Sea loot that when it comes on in to get the bonus challenge. 7.5 points, placement's now worth a bit more. I don't know. I think that could be potentially something that a shot caller on a squad could say, hey, let's just play around securing that and playing for the late game here.
I like it. And Cypher, what about you? Who impressed you from game 1?
I mean, Winsanity, like that was a crazy play. Like while reviving, seeing that a player was looking at him and then just nailing and getting the elimination was so impressive. So I'm hoping that we can see a repeat here, and this time his teammates stay alive with him so they can secure the win. This looks like we're flying right over another one of the palaces, and it does look like you said, a lot of players are jumping out.
This map, no. Cypher, this map only has 1 because it's a smaller map.
I
see.
So
everyone, every single player in the lobby is
except
landing
Buzz
here. Oh no, Buzz!
Except good old Buzz.
I think Buzz is landing outside, looting up as much as possible, and then going in. Because when you see this many players going in, there's not going to be enough loot here for the entire lobby to drop in. The start of this is going to be absolutely insane, folks. Remember, this is just game 2 of the $15,000 Deep Sea Domination, and we now have a 1.5 times point multiplier, and we're on board with Jacob to kick off game 2. Jacob actually had a quiet start to game 1. It was the rest of his team that really popped off. Oh, cooked that nade for so long. I don't think he was able to get credit for that elimination.
His teammates, I believe, did, though. So, hey, it'll work. They were, that was actually my pick. I was going to take the other side of that Winsanity fight last game, which was Eurolin and the Shoreline Strikers. That's Jacob Gaming, Mango, and NX Polo. They were a little disjointed last game, but I did notice that they were the team to roll up on 3 different squads as a third party and force the action. Ultimately, they did get a bit picked apart, but I'm looking at them to do pretty well this time around. So keep your eye on the Shoreline Strikers. But as you mentioned before, every single team, look at the sharks swimming around. These are menacing creatures. I don't think they can actually eat you. At least I haven't been eaten just yet, but they sure look cool swimming around.
No, the visuals here are actually really, really cool. And I do wonder, like, if game number 1, you know, I'm not saying that it was a fluke for the Shoreline Strikers, but I do wonder if there is like a snowball effect where if you do control this area very early on, you do have the, you know, decent loot with heals, where you can pretty much start just racking up free eliminations on players that are just struggling to pick up a single gun, or they're maybe just in a tough spot.
Yeah, you can see here, 7 from the Bountiful Bubbles had great. I don't know how he missed that, Eli. That was like a free one with a man swimming. The difference here with the swimmers is you can clearly see them. They're just free elims for the most part. And unfortunately, not able to secure that one. But yeah, as you can see, if you secure the high ground, take the angles, kind of get players on the corners, you can really do a lot of damage here. This group already picking up 3 elims, but I would imagine that there's some teams that have got quite a bit more than that. You can see here, Poseidon Posse has got 6.
Yeah. Already a great start for them. As it looks like Dab plays for the moment, just trying to stay alive, see if anyone tries to flank his team. Not happening as of yet. Oh, no. Oh, this
Baby
is
Shark picking up his 6th elimination by himself, but doesn't secure the elim and gets knocked down.
Cypher, how would you like to get knocked by Baby Shark?
I mean, like, we talking about the guy or the song, the popular?
I don't know. All of the above, man. I just feel like it. I would feel a type of way about.
I'd be kind of annoyed. Baby Shark, like, I'm trying to go out to like a megalodon, not a baby shark.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm talking about.
You know?
And one thing to point out with Poseidon Posse, who right now for us looks like they might be one of the leading teams in eliminations to start this game, they were only down by 6 points. So instantly, with that's a 9-point bonus to start this game. So if Trusty Tridents are having a rough start to this one, which we'll try to find one of their POVs to see how they're doing. If Trusty Tridents have a slow start, they're already towards the top of the leaderboard.
They're all right. They're all right. Yeah, I will say, after the leaderboards were shown last game, there are 5 teams that have made it to 26 points overall. So it's actually quite close at the top. Trusty Trident is just a little bit further out than everyone else. But as you can see here, 6-9 taking the Trident from the podium here in the middle. And look at all the loot that comes with it.
Dang,
look
that
at that.
is crazy.
So it pays to be the last one standing here at the Ocean Palace.
Wow. Okay. Quite kidded. Quite kidded. This is Kraken crew. 1 elimination so far this game. Kraken crew, the squad that I did call out, was in second at the end of the points in game number 1. They're just staying on the low ground for the moment, trying to just hold down an area. And it's so important to kind of know exactly where the numbers are when everyone's so contested and highly, fighting a lot in tight spaces. You kind of need to do all this math in your brain. Okay, there's 3 players over here, 2 here. What's the best place to go and get aggressive on? Where should we hold our ground? Where could our next opponent come from? There's so much to consider. As it looks like her for the moment, just going to try to swim around the outside, maybe reposition or just get out with their lives.
This is crazy. Like, I feel like there's like just a bunch of largemouth bass impersonators hiding in the the weeds down here, trying to stay out of sight. And unfortunately for them, Winsanity's got this high ground, just picking little fishies apart down there. As Hoser goes down as well. Yeah, he did.
Is that a second one? I couldn't tell. No, they wasn't able to get it. I see Rolex with this shotgun just slaying out over and over in this game, which has just been insane. Farouk and squad at 8 eliminations so far. That's Bountiful Bubbles, and that squad was in second to last. So again, with 8 eliminations already with a 1.5 bonus, you're moving up that leaderboard quite quickly.
He hears Levi. He hears him swimming around. He's just doesn't want to get snuck up on while he's looking across here and shooting.
Man, it sounds menacing down there. All kind. He's got the ray out. It's time to go to the surface, perhaps, or is he going to push the action? And it looks like he's closing in to support his teammate. 6ix9ine engaged here with Winsanity. And Win jumps off the roof, tries to get to safety. Look at the moves on this guy.
Oh, that challenge. I thought 7 was going to get cut down. They do trade. Nice teamwork right there. Nice teamwork. Well done.
Wow. It is Jacob and crew looking to have a laugh.
17 eliminations
Oh,
for
they're
Shoreline
doing it again.
Strikers.
They're doing it again.
Oh my goodness. 17 to start.
So it
This
was
is who I thought would be the team to take a peek at, coming into this game. They had some decent start last game. They just were a little disjointed, and it seems like they're pulling it together and playing more as a team here.
19 eliminations to start. Remember what I said last game? Jacob had a really slow start last game. Now, everyone on this team really pulling their weight. 19 eliminations before they've even left the first point of the map. Look, they won it. Everyone else is gone. Everyone else left. They won the starting spot between the amount of loot that they get, the amount of points that they've earned. Oh, they are the team to watch in this second game right now.
And keep in mind, like, the eliminations are worth more. So like getting like let's say 20, if they top this off at 20, that's the same as getting 30 last game. So it's worth so much more that they popped off in the second game, and then it's going to be even more as this tournament progresses. So it's going to be so important. Whichever team comes out, like I'm thinking in game 3 or 4 with 20 eliminations, with the point threshold being so much higher, they're just going to jump up the leaderboard. And it looks like Winsanity is going to catch somebody slacking here.
Dirty.
Off the
That's
respawn.
so dirty.
Wait, what was that?
Death animation was crazy.
Sick. That was so sick. What
Indeed.
Did a dinosaur just step on them? What was that?
More or less. It was the Kraken himself. No, we did see that the notification come in that the Celestial Sea Treasure is available now. And remember, that is the challenge for this game. So we have another potential POI clash coming in with all of these teams. All 13 still alive at this point, despite being smacked around a little bit by Jacob and his squad up at the Ocean Palace. So I'm looking for another clash here in just a moment, Courage.
Yo, Powerbang, you want to see me annoy production?
Kind of, I guess.
Hey, production, can you somehow get us a visual of the Celestial Sea Treasure so we can see? Or is this it right here? Is that what he's looking? No, that's just a different thing. I want to see who gets it. Was this it?
This is it.
This
right
has
here.
to be it. Oh, they're on it. Oh, production, you already did it. Oh my gosh.
And
Wait,
they're
you guys are-
uncontested.
Production, you
Look
guys
at how
are so
annoyed
good at
they
your
are.
job.
Courage, look at how annoyed they are. They're just in my ears right now. They're so annoying.
Oh,
telling
they're
us to
annoying.
show what's already on the screen.
Courage, we already did it. Okay, bro, I get it. Now, one thing to keep in mind, too, the second treasure checkpoint is 50 points. So some team, with how well they're performing with this bonus multiplier, will absolutely hit this game, too. So we'll keep you guys updated.
I think we'll see multiple teams hit it, and it's just going to come down to whoever finishes with the most points again.
Coral Commanders, they had a slow start. Yes, they only have 3 eliminations. But guess what? The challenge for this game, secure that Celestial Sea Treasure, they just did. So now their slow start matched a team that played crazy aggressive off the start of the game. You can see how, because of the way that this tournament has been structured, different play styles could excel in different ways.
Absolutely. I mean, just that challenge right there. What now? 7.5 points if you throw in the multiplier. So, staying alive, chipping away, being consistent, it all is going to pay off. And as we saw, the trusty Tridents did not run away with things in game number 1. They have company of 4 other teams right at the top. And, a few of those have popped off this game early. Again, Jacob and his squad, the Shoreline Strikers, in prime position to seize control here. And it looks like they're itching for this fight against the Deep Sea Divers.
They're still playing aggressive. I mean, they had 21 eliminations.
They're hunting,
2 eliminations off stream here, but they're just rolling around looking for people to take out. Because keep in mind, they're coming out of that spot, out of the palace, with full loot and gear. Everyone else is having to drop back in and try to loot up. So they're just confident in their gear and their ability to come and take people out while they're trying to recoup.
This is so aggressive. If they actually go after this team in the building. Jacob now looks like he's beginning to rotate on over. This is a little bit sketchy, no? Yeah, this is This is scary.
Knock for knock right there.
They're getting pinched.
And Jacob's
You know,
kind
it
of
is
like
scary.
away from the fight.
Yeah. They're flying around on these rays, kind of a little lackadaisical, and they're getting caught out by these other squads that are just, kind of hovering through the area. It is scary. They should be scared, but I don't know if they are. They're just kind of like, yo, we've got 22 in the bag.
Jacob didn't even seem like he was concerned.
Yeah.
He was just like, I'm just still over here, just checking this place out. You guys got this.
Cypher, wasn't this moment here that we're seeing from Shoreline Strike or something that you kind of critiqued them on a little bit in game number 1? This is where the team kind of got a little bit discombobulated, as again another one of their players gets caught off by themselves.
Yes. I mean, keep in mind they finished in 6th place, I believe, last game, and once you secure your first 20 eliminations like they have in both games, at that point you can just play it slow and get those guaranteed placements, because you have the best gear, you have the best loot, you're in a great position. You can just go for the placements.
Another one goes
get
down. They're training knocks.
Yeah, they really are.
Jacob!
Wow.
Jacob
Wow.
just flew back in onto the second story, helped his team, got the eliminations. Now, Powerbang, again, pardon my ignorance, is this a map where they can bring back their teammates or no? Because now they only have 2 alive.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So yes, they do have the ability to bring some teams back. You can see there's been a lot of death and destruction this game, and still 38 players are on the map, but they may, be past the timer. I haven't been paying super close attention to the timer. And they also, as a new thing that's been added to the game, they have a personal AED now. I don't know if you guys remember last game when Winsanity was the last standing member of his squad. He was knocked and he was still crawling around. He could have popped his personal AED and gotten back into the fight with a self-revive. So all kinds of second chances are basically being offered these days. As these teams are, being more and more aggressive. I will say, though, you guys pointed it out just a moment ago, the Shoreline Strikers, that has been my number one criticism. It seems like they are fragging out, going crazy, but they get a bit disjointed. Their players just kind of get, go wander off somewhere, take a 1v1, and unfortunately lose sometimes. And if they just stick together, I feel like they could be the team to watch here in the entire lobby. We'll see if they can, pull it together here as the games go on.
First squad just got eliminated as well. I wasn't able to catch who it was, but we've officially dropped from 13 to 12 as our first team does go down.
I do wonder if their strategy is just let's just try to win and get to 200 points as fast as possible. We don't even want this to go to a game 5. We just want to drop 30 plus eliminations every game and win. But they seem to not be doing the winning part, but they are getting the eliminations down in the first half.
Yeah, it's a solid strategy. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like the approach because, again, if you have the talent, lean into it, I suppose. And as these games go on, the multipliers get higher. So maybe they don't need a 20-point, elim round to get that. Maybe they get 15 and it's still worth double or whatever the case may be. But Courage, check out the hard shift on this map, man. These guys up north might be struggling a little bit to rotate into zone.
Yeah, look at where Winsanity is compared to Joe. They look like they're in shambles again in this game.
Jacob's
they're just
swarming
trying to stay
down
alive.
to the southeast there. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah,
they're on the rays.
Even though they're a duo now, I think their strategy is still the same. They're just looking for more eliminations.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be slowing them down at all. They're certainly not playing cautiously. You won't find them doing that at all. Here's Jacob. They're peeking in. It looks like Bella Fox maybe off in the distance. Couldn't quite see, but perhaps I think it's the trusty Tridents over there. It is Bella Fox, FaZe GG, Buzz, and Dur Quatch, and that's a squad that, again, they were doing the Shoreline Strikers, elims last game. So these two teams are pretty high powered on both sides.
Like shark bait, one player on this team did get knocked. They will get res, so they have all 4 still alive, but look quite weak for the moment. The zone beginning to move on in, down to just 7 teams remaining. Again, you can see how much faster this game too is because we're on the smaller map. Curse does drop in. Absolutely, one shot will help come in for the team. Yes, it does. A perfect bait and switch there, Cypher.
Wow.
I don't know if they did that on purpose. It almost looked like he slipped a little bit, but it definitely worked out.
They did it on purpose. They did it on purpose.
Okay.
He's calling it out. He's like, I did that on purpose, guys. You know how it is. He's like, no big deal. I got this. I will say, Courage, it feels like just 2 minutes ago you called out that we lost our first team, and we have lost more than half the lobby at this point in the time since. Rolex and his squad shooting down from the top shark bait, having the last laugh here for this one, but the third party coming in from the trusty Tridents, and Rolex may have to drop down here to stay safe.
That was Buzz. Buzz's shot is so incredible. We saw it a bit in game number 1 right at the start, but Buzz maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, trying to finish this elimination. Smoke grenade does come on through. Will they be able to get the res off in time? No! Down goes Jess. Another great shot there. Bubba now all by themselves, going to just look to get this res, and I do believe they will be able to get them off.
I was gonna say there's solo 6ix9ine is down there. He's looking like he's trying to cook up a nade right now. He's cooking it up. Oh my god! He re-knocks them.
Oh my gosh.
Is he gonna go for another one?
No.
He doesn't know.
Circle's coming in, boys. It's gonna pass them up right now. They're in blue zone trouble as well. Here it is. It passed them right now, and now everyone's in the play zone.
Oh no.
And it's chunking. It's chunking. Titan is not going to
This
take
is
it out.
Unfortunate timing with the nade there from 6ix9ine. Absolutely clutch on his perspective, but you know Rolex and the rest of their team is gotta be fuming.
No. I mean, listen, I feel like we have to take a look and see Jacob's team as a duo to see if they win this, there's no way they're not in first. There's just no way. 24 eliminations, Jacob's still alive in the top 4. There's a couple
trusty
full
Tridents,
squads
though.
left.
Courage.
The trusty
Full
Tridents
squad.
are looking quite good. Okay, they are full squad. We'll see who can
I didn't even notice we were already in the top
was our leader
4.
after game 1. So we've got our leader after game 1, as well as Shoreline Strikers who've had a monster point performance. So this one could go either way. Right now, there's only one squad in the next zone, and that's Reef Raiders. They were a squad that finished 6th in game number 1. So this battle for first is still up for grabs.
We've seen Trakus a little bit too, Cypher. He's still alive down there with a full squad. We saw what he could do as a solo, so I like their chances down there. With the hard cover, that position is pretty susceptible to grenades coming down off this hillside. But Jacob on his way in. Cypher, look at this. What do you think? He's going to 1v4?
He's just trying to get in at this point. Can he sneak by without anybody shooting him? It seems like that's what's happening.
He's just zooming, man.
Is that little hut safe? He's trying to get on the roof. If he can get on the roof.
Oh, the roof might be susceptible from the hill. This
cannot believe
bunker
he
is
just
just going to get naded right now. He might be able to take out the solo. He's just going to.
No, the big thing is if he can just survive in there, get placement points.
I mean, the placement points are already kind of acquired here. Top 4, top 3 now.
Oh man,
The
what a
solo
great
went
job.
down.
So
what happened? Is it because the smaller map? Because we went from like 12 teams to 4 in an instant.
This map, Powerbank, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it like 1/8 or something of the size or something along those lines? Or
yeah, I believe going from memory, I think it's 2 by 2 kilometers, which is a fourth of the size of like an Erangel.
Yeah.
And it only has 52 players on it. So this was a full lobby, basically, was this exact amount of squads. 13 squads for 4 apiece, and this is like
here we go.
Meant to be the mobile version of PUBG Mobile.
Hold on, they're going.
Jacob's being left out right now.
He's trying to just stall as much as possible. It's a 4v4 versus 1. Jacob just got another elimination.
Picked up another one, and it was Buzz too.
Now goes down. FaZe taking so much of this zone.
FaZe down. Is Jacob going to clutch this?
Are we going to see impossible right now? We see him.
No way.
Oh, wait, he's in a great spot.
He's got
Trakus clutched it. And that's it. The Reef Raiders take it.
Veteran experience coming in from Trakus. He just jumped into Storm and knew that he had to take him out before he took out the rest of his team. That was incredible.
That was absolutely insane. And that's the second game in a row that we've seen Trakus in the final circle do some insane stuff, and obviously he's got some practice here on this this deep sea mode in PUBG Mobile. He has clutched it up for his team, and man, oh man, we've had 2 squads now really pop off, and I gotta know if the Shoreline Strikers are gonna be, rocketing past the trusty Tridents there. But trusty Tridents, they made it to the top 3 once again, Courage.
I will bet everything that the Shoreline Strikers are in first place. That's how confident I am right now.
Hold up your napkin. Are you doing back of the napkin math already over there to try to bet your everything?
Brother, I barely got above below average on my math on the SATs. Okay, I have no idea.
Giving him
what's
too
going
much
on.
credit.
Yeah, all I know is this. I think Jacob was a solo from top 10 in the teams to second place. That is ridiculous. That is a game-changing performance right there. And another thing to keep in mind, correct me if I'm wrong, I think our third point threshold is 75. So
Yeah.
this could be not only $1,000 for our second threshold, treasure threshold, but also our third as well.
It's gonna be
someone
money
rated that
in
far.
the bank. Yeah, for
$2,000
sure. Cypher,
game right there.
I gotta ask Cypher your opinion on this one. Jacob obviously flying around like a crazy person this game. We'll see a replay here of it in a moment. But if Trakus doesn't push him there at the end, do you think he wins it?
I think he wins it because one player was knocked, the other one was weak and looking like he was going for the revive. He was cooking up like a Molotov of some kind. He was gonna knock them down there and make it a 1v1, and then he has the rock for a great advantage over Trakus. But I mean, look, Trakus and his team winning 2 in a row. Am I correct on that? Like that just shows that they have the ability to finish it out. And they know where to position. So both times they position themselves very well away from other players. But when you're away from other players, you're also not dropping 20 plus eliminations. And I think that's going to be the difference here when we look at the leaderboard is that the strikers just had way more limbs and those points do add up.
No, 100%. Trakus did get second place in the first game.
Cypher.
He was the guy with the water spout that we thought was going to win, and just unfortunately took a little bit too much damage. But still right there in a 1v1 to end it, and just like the first game, he's in essentially a 1v1 to end the second game as well. But this time, he comes out on top, Courage.
That's what I wanted to bring up. What I wanted to bring up is as we take a look at the replay here, watch this. We see Jacob. It's 3 squads left, just like that other game for Trakus. This time, Trakus did not hesitate like he did in game 1. Think about that.
Yeah,
immediately
that's true.
pounced on Jacob, and we see a storyline right there already as Jacob's behind this rock, using it as cover, knowing that they're fighting the other squad. Here's Jacob here, shooting the other team, continuing to put pressure on that squad. Kraken's teammates are shooting towards this other team remaining. Now look, Jacob goes to throw a nade. This other squad gets knocked, comes soaring on in, doesn't even let him recover, and catches him off guard. What an improvement from game 1 to game 2. No hesitation there. Could be the reason why Reef Raiders took game number 2.
And what did he use to get behind him so quickly? Did he like use like a water pounce or a water jump or something?
The Ray, once again, I think he got on that Ray, zoomed behind him, and I will say this is something that you're used to PUBG Mobile a certain way, and you're not considering the fact that somebody can just fly over you and drop directly behind you, which is what happened. I'm very curious to see how the scores are going to shape up after our second game of play. So let's take a peek at the leaderboards here, and once again, the top finishers are not necessarily the top point getters. 57 points, Courage, picked up by Shoreline Strikers, and your bet of everything might be on point. I think they may have done enough to sneak past the trusty Tridents here. Give us your reaction, though, Courage, to this their second leaderboard after game 2.
I mean, that's just absolutely insane. A 57-point game, nearly outscoring second by 20 points in this one. Look at the eliminations. More eliminations than first and third in that game combined. I believe the combination of that score plus their score from game 1, it's going to be close. I think there's a chance. There's a chance that
they got it.
They're up by maybe 10. I think they're going to be up by about 10 if my math serves me right. So
you weren't lying about them SATs, Courage. I mean,
come on now.
They got this.
Yeah.
Look at the distance though that they're putting between them and everyone else. You can see this is a great visual, Cypher, as the front runners are clearly starting to emerge, obviously led by the Shoreline Strikers that are just a bit out in front here.
Yeah, but we just watched game 1 and 2, and I said earlier, game 1 and 2 are the games to throw, the games to try things and mess up, because going into game number 3, we're going 2x multiplier. So game number 3 is going to be like 2 of game number 1s. So if you actually pop off in game number 3, it doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboard right now. You can jump up to the top 5 very easily.
Oh, yeah.
Insane stuff. So we are getting ready, I believe, for the overall. Jack, I'm going to come to you.
I was going to say, I want to double check some of those points too, because I want to make sure I'm understanding our points as well, because I think if I'm not mistaken, Shoreline Strikers should be above our 3rd point threshold too. So I'm going to get double confirmation because
we'll check in on it.
We're going to check in on it because they had such a monster performance right there. I think right now, Shoreline Strikers have the correct way of playing this tournament. They know the correct way. Play as aggressive as possible right off the start. Get as many eliminations as possible because they're obviously confident fighting is 4, and then just survive to the ending and hope it and coin flip the ending. And it works. It's working perfectly.
100%. Well, PUBG Mobile fans, don't forget, we've got loads of giveaways and hints coming soon. Don't forget to stick around for those. But first, we'll take a quick break, and we will be back to you in just a moment.
What?
Huh?
Zombies have taken over Metro Royale in this update. But fear not, it's our new Metro Royale mode, Zombie Uprising. In this mode, you won't lose your equipment, but you'll need to fend off waves of zombies, along with your usual enemies. But as they say, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Loads of supply await you in Zombie Uprising. In this mode, you will experience a day-night cycle from day to dusk to night and finally back to day. Each time of day brings different challenges. Permanent day bosses. Let's start with the pieman on the school roof. Be sure to avoid getting pummeled by its fists. It also attacks by throwing rocks, which you can avoid by dodging to the side or using cover. It will also continuously fire steel bars from its back. Move quickly to avoid getting hit. Its weak point is its chest. Focus your attacks there to deal massive damage. The mutant in the power station will attack you with its club. It also has a jumping hammer attack, where it slams its club down, dealing area damage. At close range, it attacks by viciously swinging its club. Dodging to the side is the best way to avoid getting hit. The mutant's weak points are the 3 energy tanks on its shoulders. Destroy them to deal massive damage and stun the mutant. The radiation zone is occupied by Variant F and Variant P. They attack at long range by spraying fire and poison respectively. Be sure to keep moving to evade attacks. When dusk and night fall, the fog becomes thicker, as you may encounter zombie hordes in the wilderness. Additionally, at night, special containers near existing bosses will spawn a nighttime version of the boss. These nighttime bosses are far more dangerous than their daytime counterparts. Night Pieman has a smokescreen ability. Try to fight where there isn't smoke, or else your vision will be obstructed and you'll be vulnerable to attacks. The Night Mutant's ability allows it to chase you while continuously swinging its club. Running is the most effective way to dodge its attacks. We've added the following new weapons and items to give you a hand against these pesky zombies. First, we have the M134. This new weapon has a large ammo capacity and high rate of fire. Its immense firepower is sure to help you fight your way out of a horde of zombies. However, firing the M134 takes some time to start up, so you need to get your timing right. Up next is the flamethrower. Fire has always been effective against zombies. This weapon's strong frontal firepower can help you wipe out entire waves of them. The flamethrower may be powerful, but its short range makes it more suitable for close-range combat. After using Stealth Serum, you can temporarily avoid detection from zombies. It's an effective evasion method. But remember, if you initiate an attack against a zombie, it will attack back. Lure grenades will attract zombies after being thrown before exploding and dealing damage. It's a great way to disperse zombie swarms. There are special supply crates scattered around the map. Open them to get more supplies, but beware of the zombies that'll come swarming. What's more, you'll obtain more supplies at night than during the day. Black Market bounty missions have also been updated. Go to the Black Market to purchase a bounty mission, then eliminate the bounty target to claim your rewards. That's it for this guide to the new Zombie Uprising mode in Metro Royale. Survive the uprising and leave with your pockets overflowing.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the Deep Sea Domination PUBG Mobile event of the century. We are having a great time here in studio. Got to welcome back my fellow casters, Courage JD and Cypher PK. Boys, what do you think of the PUBG Mobile event so far? Cypher, I'll start with you, my friend. What are we feeling?
I'm surprised. I didn't expect to see all these crazy features and like just over the top, like extremely aggressive gameplay. I mean, usually, like in my experience in battle royales, tournaments specifically, there's not a lot of action until the very end, but that doesn't seem to be the case today. The deep sea domination has action right off the rip, and then the way these teams are playing because of the points and the challenges, there's action the whole time from beginning to end. We're just watching them take each other out, and that's so fun to watch, honestly. And I bet it's even more exciting to play.
Like I was just gonna say, I played it again a bunch over the last week, and it is so fun for the exact reason that you mentioned. You don't have to play cautiously anymore off the drop and loot up in some small town in the middle of nowhere. No, you get to drop in, you get to have 22 gunfights, ultimately you lose, and then you respawn, and we rock and roll. So, boys, let's get some predictions here. We're gonna go to our third match in just a moment. We got to do treasure map. Let's clarify some scores. I know we talked about it right before the break, but let's go check out the treasure map. And Courage, you were right. You were absolutely right. The Shoreline Strikers have pushed past that second, or I guess the third checkpoint here, and I guess that's $2,000 going in their pocket. That's impressive.
$2,000 game for them right there. I mean, brilliantly done. Their play style is obviously working. Their confidence is going to be through the roof into game number 3. And what was that sound? I think the goldfish, the goldfish of destiny, is speaking to me.
It just went past me.
It's going. No. It's speaking to me through my brain, bro.
It just touched my leg.
It's saying, "Don't eat me."
What? Oh, there it is. Oh. It's coming from the bottom, and it chooses Sanhok. I'm shocked. I thought I was going to go back to Livik one more time because that was super fun. But Sanhok, we're going to the jungle. And not just the jungle, but we've got some waterworks in there as well. This is going to be super interesting. I was going to ask right before we cut to the treasure map to get those corrections for predictions. I think this time around, Courage, I'll come to you first. I mean, what are we thinking? You know, after what we've seen in the first 2 maps, we've seen 2 teams really step up and like push the pedal to the metal. Is it going to be one of those same 2 teams? Or maybe has there been a team that's underperformed so far that we expect to kind of take up that mantle here in game 3?
I mean, look, I think that now with how confident Shoreline Strikers has played and shown that just going as aggressive as possible to beginning game, how it's working. If you're not doing that as a squad, you just need to begin to go for it. Like you have, if with a 2x multiplier, if Shoreline Strikers have a really good game here, they are knocking on championship door for our tournament today. So from here on out, you've got to keep that in mind. I know match number 3 is getting ready. I'm excited to see it get underway.
Absolutely. So good stuff. Cypher, I'll come to you. You got any picks up your sleeve here? Any wise sage words of wisdom?
I mean, we've seen the Shoreline Strikers just absolutely dominate. I'm wondering if the other teams, I mean, they know that once they get to 200, it's game over, right? So are the other teams going to potentially start singling them out and trying to focus them to stop them so that they can continue this tournament and potentially have more time to come back? Because once they cross that 200, wherever you're at is where you're at, and you can't progress further. So they're past 75 points. That's almost the halfway mark, and with the double point multiplier, like they could get there very quick. If they truly don't go down in the mid game like they have the past 2 games, like they're gonna get really close, or potentially, you know, finish it out here. They would have to go like 30 plus.
So we got the third game just about to come in. We're about to fly into Sanhok, do a bit of a deep dive here. Again, the Shoreline Strikers, they're up 18 right now on second place. So they've got a bit of a padding, but like you mentioned, with double point multiplier here going into game 3, it's not much. You know, that's a few elims and maybe a challenge completed, and some team is right back into it. So I think that, you know, I don't think a team's going to close it out here, hit that 200-point threshold, but I think there's going to be some teams knocking on the door for sure. So, Courage, let's check out the challenge. It's the POI challenge, which is trapping the enemy with a water orb grenade. We saw some teams try that on Erangel, and this has got to be one of the funny ones because you could trap them to where they have to swim and you could just shoot them like fish in a barrel.
Okay. So trap them with a water orb grenade. Now, am I seeing this correctly? Is there a crazy hot drop here or no?
It doesn't seem like it. Seems like the teams are spreading out. I don't see a castle here, underwater.
Okay,
castle.
so there is no ocean palace on this map.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably going to be a bit more of a traditional type game here. So that does change things quite drastically for game number 3.
I doubt we're going to see 20 eliminations. Like
No shot. No way.
We'll see. We'll see how aggressive these shoreline strikers can be, but like they're landing on a side of the map that doesn't have a lot of players anyways. People seem to be avoiding them. They're gonna have to rotate for every single elim, and I'm assuming this time you don't get that second chance of getting eliminated underwater and then just flying back in normally. So you kind of have to play a little bit more passive. But speaking of the challenge, trapping an enemy with a water orb, this is gonna be 2x, so we're talking 10 points here. What constitutes that? You just got to get them in it for like a split second. I do a lot of challenge videos and stuff, so like, sometimes the audience are like, oh, that doesn't count, so we got to just get them completely underwater here. I guess we'll have to see.
You'll basically see the player get suspended off of their feet if you actually connect with that water orb. So it should be fairly obvious, and I don't know exactly how many cameras we have working on the back end, but I'm sure production will be watching the engagements that happen, and if anybody gets caught with one of those water orbs, they'll get those points. As the action kicks off, Metalcore eliminated early, but I'm sure he'll have an opportunity to get a team revive here in just a moment. But you guys saw it on the map. These teams, in Livik, every single player except for Buzz was in the exact same spot, and all kinds of elims were racked up. And now the map, we got some separation here. We've got a couple teams kind of going at it. Camp Alpha, a little bit of a hot drop. We're taking a peek at that action right now. But other than that, these squads are looting up and taking their time here.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a traditional start, right? Where now we're going to begin to see who can really kind of find their loot path and play correctly with the zone, maybe play rotations a little bit earlier in this one. As one player does go down for the side of the Kraken crew here, as Rex just rotating on over. Dr. Kema seeing what they can do. And is this a third party now just showing up on the far outskirts? Yeah, look, just electric heels all the way out here. Kill count, just saying, all right, is there anyone I can maybe just kind of shoot in the back here, get a free elimination? Doesn't look like that as of right now.
Tell me, Powerbang, how many of those water orbs can you carry as an individual? Because I'm thinking here, if I'm playing and I'm with my squad, we need to secure these 10 points, especially if we're behind. That's a free 10 points, but how many can you actually carry? Is one person the designated water orb carrier, or are we just splitting those up with the entire team?
We'll see, what the strategy looks like. I don't know for a fact if they have the same weight, I guess, like as an inventory weight as like a frag grenade. I think that they do, though. I know I've personally carried like up to 4 before, but I also wasn't faced with a challenge where I was like, I have to land one of these this game, so I wasn't trying to like max out my inventory or anything. So you could definitely carry multiple. I'm not sure where that limit actually is on the upper side, though. Ooh, good angle here from Angry Hosiery. Does pick up Levi as an elim, which Levi thought he was completely hidden. He thought he was doing something there, Courage.
Yeah, no, not exactly what they want right there. And I do think a team like Winsanity's squad, for example, will actually begin to excel a bit more in a more traditional format. I think that Winsanity will be a great shot caller for this squad and playing a bit more of a standard BR type of mode. So I'm excited to see them begin to bounce, potentially back up this leaderboard a little bit. They're down in 10th place right now. And also, with there being less just overall eliminations to go around on this third game, Cypher, I'm expecting teams to play a lot more passively around placement in this, because now there's really going to be maybe 50 eliminations to go around on the map. So with that, a placement is worth as much as 15 eliminations in this game for getting first place. So I think that we're going to see teams play a lot more placement as this game goes on.
Yeah, 15 times 2, that's going to be 30 points right there for getting a chicken dinner right there. So I think we're definitely going to see more placement focus here, just because of how spread everyone is. You definitely want to try to get early positioning in the zone. We saw how useful that was in game 1 when it finished around those houses. The team that had control of the houses was pretty much guaranteed top 3. I did notice there wasn't a lot of people on the top right side of the map when we had the map pulled up, and I'm wondering if the loot there isn't as enticing, or if the players just decided to rotate early, like Camp Bravo and Bonds, all uncontested drops. If we go back to this map later in the tournament, a team that maybe got eliminated off spawn could opt to go there instead, knowing that it wasn't as contested.
That's a good point. Typically the loot in the kind of the northeast part of the map, not quite as sought after. I think most of the squads will probably stop at around Paradise Resort, which is kind of almost more central in the zone. So you'll typically see that as kind of the boundary, and then Hot Tin up in the north part as well, which is more central. So we'll see how it kind of goes. But I'm watching Eurolin here, which is the guy with the Chinese characters for the name. But Eurolin has been in the action all of the time. He's gotten into multiple third parties. We've seen him in the action here today, and obviously that is what the Shoreline Strikers are wanting to see. He picked up, I think, 11 or 12 elims by himself last game, Courage. We'll see if he's able to keep it going here and keep that momentum going for the squad.
Yeah, already just the intensity of this third game. I'm absolutely loving it right now. As a Shoreline Striker, 0 eliminations so far. This is probably a little bit of a rough beginning for him, as shots coming on through, not able to connect with too many right there. Are they going for a 2 versus 3? I think so. As Jacob and Eurolin pushing on up.
I like the odds of a 2v3 with these two players, though. This
right?
is
that is true. And Eurolin, it was actually the top performer from last game with 14 eliminations. So if anyone can pop off, even with someone on their team not being in the game, they can fry.
Absolutely. Poseidon Posse's had a decent day as well. They're right in the middle of the pack right now. They're trailing by 43 points coming into this game. But I've seen these guys with Baby Shark and Fizz and Dab Plays always seems to step up and perform pretty well. They're an underdog, definitely not to be discounted at this point. Baby Shark, no elims yet to his name this game. Dab out of the action early on, so he's going to have to rely on the community members here to carry them. But yeah, I mean, right now, Cypher, a bit of a lull. Kind of just everybody looting up, chilling, nothing super crazy going on, but the Shoreline Strikers getting into it once again and pushing the action.
Definitely predictable here from Shoreline Strikers, considering how they were playing game 1 and 2. But like we said earlier, because there isn't that hot drop mechanic, they're still at 0 eliminations, which is just unlike them completely. They're trying to rack up some. They're going against Baby Shark's team, but they just have this position held down, and they're not really finding the angles. But as soon as they crack them here, it does seem like it didn't work out.
It didn't work out because a third party showed up. There it is. You can see Buzz's squad comes on through.
Oh,
Get
wow.
some shots into the side. That wasn't even them in the building that was fighting them. That was just, they're on top of the roof playing that aggressively. And this is kind of a little bit of a moment where I want to say that, yes, that hyper aggressive gameplay worked in those earlier games, but you're going into this one where it's basically a different mode. You're down in numbers. You're down in numbers, and you're still playing that aggressively.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Not only that, Courage, you know who they lost that member to? This is the Trusty Tritons, the team that's nipping at their heels right now in the standings. So that's definitely not the squad that you want to get, a member lost to for sure. You see Jacob starting to turn tail and just get out of there at this point. Jacob, going to try to put the team on the back once again. Cypher, he's not a stranger to those 1v, lobbies at the end of the game, but he'll try to get him to that final circle once again.
I really did like his decision making last game as a solo, and I'm hoping that he's able to translate it into this game as well. We'll have to see. Those points are going to be important, because if he gets taken out and they don't come back onto this game 3, I do think they get passed up by the team in second. It's almost guaranteed to happen. 18 points isn't, like you said, not a lot of points.
No, it really isn't. We see a Torpedo here, and unfortunately for the Salty Starfish, that's Insanity Squad, they're currently in 10th place. And they're down to their last member. You saw he was the solo survivor right now, and Torpedo taking a bit of chunk damage here. Still alive for the moment, but DBS is on full display. And who is going to pick this one up? Ooh, down to the one shot left here. Marok putting good pressure out. Takes a shot himself. This is anybody's game, but the support coming in right now. Pretty with the support of Marok here. It's now or never for Torpedo.
Oh. Whoa!
The
Might be now.
timing on that.
Wait, where's the help? What? There it is. Oh my God, I was so confused for a second. Now they
Same.
go down. I was like, all right, are we gonna get this help in?
There's Brady in the bottom left. She
Day.
just drives by.
Yeah,
Hi.
I was scared for a moment. Down. That was now them eliminated in 10th place. So another rough one for Salty Starfish. They go down early in game number 3 with the two times multiplier. They're going to be missing out a lot. And look at how dead the bottom right side of this zone is. So funny enough, I actually think that this game's going to kind of remain at a little bit of a slower pace for a bit longer, just because so few teams are actually having to rotate into zone. Really, the only squad I'm expecting to have trouble getting into the zone was whoever was in the top right. I believe it was Flounder Fury potentially rotating on in. As another fight going down, it's Trusty Tridents skirmishing right now. Do they have the number advantage? It looks like it's a 3 versus 3 potentially in this one.
Oh, Nate coming here from Baby Shark. This is going to be clutch, but he takes the shots from the enemy. And just like that, the tables have turned. Bella Fox trying to get picked up by her team. Look at the off angle here from Buzz. He is coming in from the side where no one expects him right now. This is a crazy angle that he's taking.
And this is even the first time we've seen him do this. He seems to like to kind of split off a little bit and take these awkward angles and just be a big pain to the teams they're fighting.
Yep.
Looks like it's paid off, too. He's got a knock there in the back row. Baby Shark still trying to get back into the fight, and the jaws are closing right now. The trusty Trident's on the push. Another knock comes in, and FaZe doing the work up front as the tip of the spear, and just like that, Fizz eliminated.
Clinical
and
right
back
there.
to the lobby with the Poseidon. Something that starts with a P. We'll go with the posse.
Posse.
Yeah. I had to check on that one. Are they the Punishers? Poseidon posse. They're out of here.
I get it. And look, here's our leaders right now. Shoreline Strikers having to play the game of Jacob, just survive as long as possible, please, just like last game. But what I do want to kind of take note of is that was such an efficient and well-executed elimination of that squad. When you are in a smaller zone like this and there's still so many teams remaining, you have to be thinking that there could be a third party at any moment. And Cypher, by those squads fighting and having no one get knocked on their team, you know that if there's a third party, they're taking note of who's getting knocked in the elimination feed. Yeah. And when they see no one get knocked, they know, okay, wait, all 4 are still alive. They're probably healthy. Let's not go push and third party this.
Exactly, because if a team is nearby and you start seeing people from 2 different teams start going down, that's your easiest cleanup that you're going to have. You'll go in and you'll get 8 players and all their loot, and you're really stacked to take, the end game. But they stayed alive. Buzz did a great job from a distance. You see some long distance shots coming out here. Haven't seen much of that yet in the tournament. Well, some good shots coming in from Reef.
Yeah,
Reef Raiders.
Homie's shooting out the window, and his teammates just like putting his head right in the sky over and over and over. I'm like, brother, come on. Good thing friendly fire's not on.
I think that's the first thing you learn is not the cross in front of their barrel, but apparently, not here. As,
he turns around, stop flagging me. Like,
yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Okay,
exactly. As looks like Gfon now gonna have to use some smokes to begin to rotate. And what's funny is not really knowing that Jacob is a lone soldier in that building. I'm wondering where Jacob is exactly positioned on this map. This was the squad I brought up earlier. Gfon's
in the water. He's swimming.
Crew. Yeah, this is Flounder Fury, who was in that top right of the map that kind of looked like they were going to be rotating in towards a more populated area. Doesn't appear that that's actually happened, as Jacob just trying to keep watch on this backside, playing entirely around, staying alive for the late game, trying not to be spotted.
Courage, do you notice obviously the Shoreline Strikers, they were comfortably out in first. He's still alive. Jacob's doing a great job getting his team into the late game here. But look at the defeats up there. Look at those goose eggs,
Guys, this is anyone's tournament right now.
Yeah,
seriously.
This is tough in the double points game to have a goose egg going into the back half here. I mean, sure, he's happy to be alive. But those Elim points really don't count for much compared to the rank points don't count for as much as the Elim points are for some of these other teams. You can see Trusty Tridents up top. They're mixing it up again, and they're going up against Trackus and the Reef Raiders. They've been no stranger to battle as well.
Remind me, the Strikers had like a little over 75 points on the map, right? Around 78 or so.
Strikers are at 83.
83. So if Jacob wants to secure the 100 points and hope that, you know, the second place team doesn't have more points than them, he needs to get top five without any eliminations. And then he'll cross the 100-point mark. But if another team crosses it and has more, they'll secure that fourth checkpoint.
Absolutely. I suppose, you know, compared to the esports standard points, which is far less for rank, you can actually get a fair amount of points for ranking high here. So I don't want to discount like the strategy entirely. Normally, if you're a solo at this stage in the game, even if you picked up one extra elem, that's probably worth it. But in this case, those rank points plus the multipliers, that's probably the move. And I think these players are definitely onto that, although it is probably a shift from their usual style of play. So it's good to see them kind of observing the new event rules and really kind of taking the best strategy to secure as many points as possible.
And speaking of securing points, I don't think we've seen someone attempt the water orb trap yet. Maybe we're waiting for the end game where people are going to be more stacked. I was hoping what would happen is a team would like knock down 3 opponents and then full send on the final player with the water orbs just to secure 10 extra points before taking them out. I thought we were going to see that earlier with Buzz and his team, but they just opted to secure the wipe instead.
You know, I think the move might be trapping them within the water orb after they're already knocked. It doesn't say what state of, like, you know, aliveness a player has to be in, right? Knock them, throw the orb, get them points.
Come on.
Power bang. Have some respect for yourself. That's
that wouldn't fly. If I was doing a challenge video, that wouldn't fly.
That would not fly. We'd be getting comments say we're cheating. Come on.
Fair enough.
We got to put on a good show here.
I respect it. I respect the, you know, hey, let's keep with the spirit of the challenge. But, you know, it's one of those fine print things where, hey, if it doesn't disqualify the rules, maybe we can. I don't know.
Man, you'd be one of those guys causing a lot of trouble in these tournaments. I see now. I see your true colors.
Maybe so.
Listen, we're down to our top 8 teams. 22 players still left in this one. We saw when we zoomed out on the map earlier on that there was these 2 squads near each other in the north side of this town. And it looks like right now, Trusty Tridents are doing a good job of cleaning out this opposing team. I believe at least 2 players are knocked on the side of, is that Reef Raiders that's there with them as well? So this could be a nice, clean little cleanup for them if Trusty Tridents are able to find these remaining players. Or they go down fully.
Lou Power was just knocked there, and they just disappeared. So I think that might have been the last of their squad.
My bad. Sorry, I actually didn't realize that. So yeah, that's a nice little cleanup for them. They've now got this town secured. More eliminations coming on through. So 20 players left, 7 teams in this one.
Yeah,
7
they
teams,
are
and we see Jacob still alive, top right, and now securing even more points, at least top 7. But if he can try to sneak into this circle, maybe wrap around and take that dead side on the south, he could get the top 5 that he needs. Wait a minute,
we're about to have an insane in game like that?
Is our second place team out of this game
here?
Reef Raiders is eliminated. Yes,
they are eliminated. So Jacob actually does have the capability here to secure another $1,000 for his team if he does manage to get a top 5 finish here with 0 eliminations. He'll cross the 100 points for his team by himself, and I'm sure they'll be feeling great for him.
Yeah, Trusty Tridents are still in it, and that's the team that did pick up the elimination off of number 2. They were only 2 points back in 4th place, so they were 20 points out here. So they're going to give him a run for his money here, but I think Jacob's got to be the favorite right now to pick up that next checkpoint for sure. You know, this is really interesting. We're down to 7 teams. I was just going to point out the zone centered up on this mountain here. You can see this hilltop. With the new ray mechanic where you can fly these things around, this gives a whole new level of gameplay where teams can now sneak up and take a position that was previously completely unconquerable, and now that's not necessarily the case. I'm really excited to see how this shakes up.
But isn't that funny, though, how we looked at the map earlier and I called out how slow this game was going to go for a little bit because no one had to rotate through a populated side of the zone. So everyone basically was already in. We did see 1 skirmish that happened because it was 2 teams who were already in the zone. Trusty Tridents and Squad were already in there. Now that's Bountiful Bubbles with a nice elimination there. Potentially another one coming on in for 7 as he looks for a second. But this game has slowed down drastically. Bountiful Bubbles One player is knocked. That's 6-9 now down.
Seems like he got knocked from pretty far away.
Yep.
He's in a safe spot. Not sure if his team's gonna be able to get to him and revive him. And it doesn't seem like he has a self-revive kit. There's the... Oh, I thought that was a smoke nade going out, but no, he seems to be...
They know someone's...
They're looking
nearby.
for Camper Ninja. That's what they're looking for, it seems like. And he's living up to his name right now because they're not finding him.
Oh, that
Absolutely.
is great.
Gentlemen, I think it's high time we get another hint out there for the viewers that have been waiting so patiently for another hint for the UC codes that will be given away towards the end of the broadcast. Now, I don't remember the first one. I don't want to give it away, but the second code here, the second hint is the
Wasn't it
THE?
beware? Wasn't the first one beware?
Oh, giving them hints? Come on.
bro.
Courage?
Wow, wasn't hint 1 beware and the second hint was
It was.
the?
It was. Yeah, Courage
Hey, I
is
got
looking
you,
up
community.
the audience right now.
I
If you
got
just
you,
tuned in,
community.
yeah, if you just tuned in, beware is the first code. Now we have the. I don't know how to pronounce that when it's by itself. That's awkward. But yeah, I like it. So thanks for tuning in. 2 more codes and clues rather still to drop before the end of the broadcast. So make sure you guys stick around for that. We turn our attention back to the gameplay though. The trusty Trident's coming up the hillside. They are met with a mouthful of lead from 7 here on the Bountiful Bubbles.
7 might
is
be
he
able to
gonna push?
solo. 7 might be able to solo this Cypher.
He's gonna bounce this off the top. He's cooking it up. He needs to throw it. Not a good throw. Not a good throw.
Oh, but look, he's resetting back. He went for it. I see the aggressive play, but did reset there back towards the team. They are in zone right now, and actually one of 7's teammates has been knocked, so they might have to go set their focus towards just staying alive in this one. Camper Ninja doing a great job, though, of just camping below that rock.
Yep.
What a great name. Like, he is big chilling right there. Hasn't moved a muscle.
They're not going to look at him. They're looking at each other. They're too focused on each other. He actually could go undetected here, but he's not in the safe zone. So as this closes in, he will have to make a rotation. But he's opted to play a little aggressive. Did he just finish someone off?
He got Buzz of the Trusty Tridents, which is one of their top players. That's good for him. Obviously, not so great for the Trusty Tridents, but you noticed it first. The circle is not favoring Camper Ninja right now, so he is going to have to do the opposite
He's done.
of Camp.
He's done. He's dead in
He's
3,
about to meet
2,
the Buzzsaw
1.
7.
Yep. I can see where 7 was positioned and just knew that was it. 7's incredible at playing this height so well, knowing not to overextend. And what I'm so interested in right now is Jacob still alive? I'm not sure at the moment because now we're into our top 5. A lot of points still up for grabs.
I don't see the minimap is pretty stacked, but I don't see him anywhere. I don't.
Yeah,
He
Their
might
team was brown, and I do see one.
But
brown.
I think that's Mystic Rays. I think
Yeah,
that's
could
Mystic
be.
Rays.
I think you're right, because that was Camper Ninja's team, right? And I believe him and IG Phoenix were still alive.
I don't see Jacob anywhere, so I think Jacob's out.
I didn't see him go out, unfortunately, but yeah, it doesn't appear he's with us any longer. But hey, valiant effort from him. I don't know if they'll get to the 100 this game. Maybe he got a couple elims on the way out. Who knows? But definitely, they're going to be vying for that top spot at a minimum. But Trusty Tridents here, the story in my eyes is they are still alive and pushing for the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, Bountiful Bubbles looks like they're getting
Big knock.
potentially caught off guard for the moment. They're going to have to reset for a sec, get this heal off. They're not
They're in a
fully
great
safe.
spot though.
But look at where they are in zone, Scythe. They're not fully safe if you look at the mini-map there.
It does seem like they have
It's
to
close.
inch in, and they might have to give up that height advantage that they have. And I think Trusty Trident knows that.
Yes, I think they do as well. Oh, 7.
Oh no,
Ooh.
manages to barely get away. Playing kind of aggressive here. He's looking. He's actually safe here now behind these little. I don't know what they are.
Pillars.
Pillars.
There you go, I gotcha.
Thank you, Courage. But does he have to get off this roof? I don't think he's gonna be safe up here.
So check out those orbs. They stick around for a bit. You can actually rappel to them essentially. Helps you move around, gives you that mobility that may otherwise be lacking when you're trying to cross that gap. But he's able to get over here, pick up his teammate, which is absolutely massive because now they've got kind of some angles here that they can work with. They're going for the water orb plays though, as you can see. Bella Fox just out of range. And it seems like the teams are now trying to pick up those challenges.
That's such
Okay,
a cool.
so they have the high ground. The circle is pulling downhill, but they can engage. They can choose to engage however they want to here, and they can kind of look down and see what's going on. They are trying to get the 10 points. We haven't seen anyone go for it yet, but we're seeing it come out now. But they are going to get knocked here. But because they have the high ground, I do think they get this revive off unless a really well-placed nade lands on top of their head. And it doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Now, look at Quatch's utility. He's got nothing. Nothing in the bag at this point. Maybe some of his teammates do, but this is the moment where he wishes he saved a frag grenade. That's for sure.
With this, I still think that this ridge they're playing is going to become really, really useful right here. 7 does go down. Was that Phoenix on the other
goes down
side?
as well.
Yep.
3 teams remain.
You know what that means for the trusty Tridents is they're racking up some double valued rank points right now that
They got
would
this
see
good
them
angle right
overtake
here.
that first place.
Oh, does the mod peek that hill? The mod peeks that ridge. They might have a chance. Where's
He
the other
needs to
squad?
peek it.
Where's the
They're
third team?
at the bottom. They're at the bottom.
They are? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're at the very bottom. I'm wondering if the circle's going to go down.
Oh yeah,
there, 'cause
look. Marok with a shotgun just sitting there.
Can he scale this mountain?
Oh my gosh.
He has a
I didn't even
long way
see
to
him
go.
down there.
Okay,
I think he's just hoping for at least a top 2, because if this zone closes on them up here, like he's not making it up. Unless he uses a flying stingray or one of the orbs to propel up. He's just chilling right now. 20 damage coming out.
he does have a
Cooking
stingray.
up.
Look.
Oh, there it is.
Good call.
They hear him. He needs to time this perfectly. He cannot be the first person to come up like this. He needs to just wait until they engage. They're engaging right now. Now would be the time. Fly up with the stingray and clean this up as a solo.
Go.
Oh,
You gotta go.
He might have waited a little too long.
No.
Maybe he just wanted to secure top 2.
Yeah.
But at this point, they're coming for you, buddy. They're coming for you.
Oh, and here comes the end. This should be all signs pointing towards Bountiful Bubbles taking this game. They've got the height. The shot's coming down. Here it is. They're knocked. That's the game. Bountiful Bubbles takes it. Dominant performance there, and it all starts with 7 holding that high ground and staying alive, thwarting the trusty Tridents from originally making that push up. And honestly, Camper Ninja changed this game in more ways than you know by eliminating Buzz from the trusty Tridents that took them from being the last full squad remaining down to just another team of 3, and I really think that hurt their confidence in the end game.
It really did. I was really excited to actually see Farouk Ahmad and his team pick up the victory there, because the reality is they were kind of gifted that game from a zone perspective. The zone centered on them from the very beginning. Remember, they were the team that had that high ground position. They were positioned on top of the buildings. They made it difficult for everyone else. And all of a sudden, the tables kind of turned with the trusty Tridents there towards the end. They were able to reel it back in, though, secure that position, win the squad fight, pick up a ton of points. And I'm really excited to see how that's going to affect their place in the standings. They really needed those points, Cypher. I know you were talking about the fact they were kind of towards the bottom of the table. We'll see how that affects them here in just a moment. But what stuck out from you in that game? Obviously, we didn't have the Ocean Palace drop, but we still had a bunch of water features as that game was kind of progressing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we ended up getting the 10 points for the water orb unless it happened off our screens. But I'd be curious if there was a team that managed to secure the 10 points or not. But the gameplay was definitely a lot more traditional battle royale, and no teams had an insane amount of eliminations, but that made the placement points just that much more worth pursuing. And I do think we're going to see a little bit of a shakeup here on the leaderboard. Potentially a little bit of a shift in our top 5 as well, because we're talking double the points here in game number 3. So
No, I'm telling you right now, production's going to be licking their lips when this leaderboard comes out, because the storylines that are going to happen in the next games, we have 2 games left, if I'm not mistaken, Power Bang. So the fact that we're probably right around that 100-point threshold. So the fact that Shoreline Strikers didn't have that monster of a game, it just brought things right back down to anyone's tournament.
Absolutely. I think the reality is, Courage, I don't know if we're playing a set number of games. It's first to
we're
200.
not? Oh,
so
sorry.
However many it takes, right? But I mean,
my
obviously
bad.
with the multipliers going up to 3 points, right? Or 3x, like we're not going to be playing for too long, right? Somebody's going to have that pop-off game, and if no one really takes control of this thing and drives to the finish line, well, then ultimately we're gonna see somebody late, clutch it and get that dub here. But this was that last engagement where, again, the high ground plays such a factor, and ultimately it was the Bountiful Bubbles, coming in, getting these angles, taking out Phoenix, and wow, nice play there by Phoenix though. On the
that was
flick.
incredible.
Good stuff for sure. But yeah, Marok in a ton of engagements in this one, and unfortunately able to win this one against Farouk Ahmad. So really nice job with the Bountiful Bubbles, picking up the winner chicken dinner for game number 3 on Sanhok. And so excited to be checking the scores here in just a moment. We saw Jacob and his squad once again start off pretty aggressive, but they were not together once again. And, they paid the price for it. No elims. Jacob goes out, fairly early on, but did want to talk just a moment about what we are playing for here today as part of this event, the Deep Sea Domination Event. Every content creator was challenged to open a treasure chest, and it looks something about like this. This is pretty sweet. I'm loving this, and the cool thing is that the 2 community members that had to qualify their way through this tournament to get here today, they're going to be receiving one of these chests as well. As a matter of fact, I'm going to send this one out here from Powerbang to one of our winners. So pretty cool stuff. The 2 community members that made it all the way through will be getting their own deep sea treasure chest. How about that, Courage?
That's really cool. I actually just received word from production. They just changed it. Cypher and I are actually just going to get them
thank
instead.
you. I was going to say, you and I got to suit up and try to qualify for the next one.
That's kind of crazy that you guys are promoting this right in front of us when I know Cypher and I haven't received one of these. So let's lock it in here for a second, please, and make sure we get our hands on one each. Thanks.
I love it. So we are gearing up for game number 4, and I have no idea what we are going to be playing next. I mean, the game number 4 is the Goldfish of Destiny. Is that what we're choosing to go with here?
Yes.
We'll be choosing our map, and again, we played Erangel once. We played Livik to go in game 2. That was actually bonkers. That was crazy action in that one.
That's what I want again.
Yeah, right? I kind of want that one again, too, to be honest with you. We also have Sanhok that we just got through in the jungle, but I'm looking for that Ocean Palace action once again. I'm going to put this this bad boy down. It's heavy, man. This deep sea treasure chest is heavy. So, Cypher, why don't you go ahead and call for them scores, and we'll review those and see where things are sitting after game 3.
All right, let's take a look. Okay, Bountiful Bubbles, 62 points and the win. This is just the points that they got in that one game alone. 15 times 2, that's 30. 11 times 2, that's 22. Did they secure the water orb grenade? I think they did, because that's gonna be why they have 62. That's such a huge game.
Looks like 3 teams did. Cypher, Bountiful Bubbles there on the top. Shoreline Strikers got one, and Poseidon Posse all picked up the challenge. So nice work to them.
Incredible. Shoreline Strikers secured it
They got one as well
with 0 eliminations. That's crazy.
They didn't go away empty-handed
early on. Oh my God, that might actually be the difference on who crosses the 100 points first. But I do think Bubbles will have them beat. I do think once we add up all the scores, they might be. Oh my God!
Wow,
what is that?
Yo,
they're still in the lead.
That is a crazy close score, but I don't know if this is tied, but it's dang close to it. If they did get to that checkpoint, it's really hard to tell, but the Shoreline Strikers out in front.
Look at the logo. They got the winner right there.
Yep.
So
yeah, there we go.
Shoreline Strikers does get their 3rd treasure complete. That is now $3,000 they've already earned, and still more than a majority of the prize money is still up for grabs. But as we said, this could still go any way. We're playing until 200 points, and you are correct, Powerbang. It's match 5 plus is a 3 times multiplier, so things are going to ramp up here real quick as we head into game 4. But Powerbang, is there someone we're going to potentially talk to?
Yeah. So here's the deal. A few weeks back on the timeline, I saw a challenge issued from PUBG Mobile to someone named Winsanity. And they said, you know, Winsanity, you need to get 20,000 likes on a video. And if you do, we might give you a voice pack. And so Winsanity, he lived up to the challenge. He put out a video and got that 20,000 likes achieved in like the first 6 hours. And just like that, it is now time for PUBG Mobile to live up to their promise. And so for the first time ever, we are announcing the official PUBG Mobile Winsanity voice pack live in-game right now. Winsanity is now a voice that you can play with in your PUBG Mobile gameplay, joining the, you know, the greats like, you know, Powerbang. Anyway, Winsanity, dude, incredible stuff here. I mean, I'm so happy that this is happening for you. Tell me, how are you feeling, man?
I'm great, actually. I mean, just seeing it on the broadcast right there kind of hit me. Like, that was the moment. I think it just popped up in the shop like minutes ago, so I was in between matches and room codes. I was like trying to check it out and stuff. But yeah, it's so surreal. You know, I've been playing PUBG Mobile since day one. It's been over 6.5 years now, and to finally kind of see, you know, my face and my brand like immortalized in the game is, I think that's like any creator's dream. So I'm just ecstatic. I'm so thankful to PUBG Mobile, and I'm excited to hear the lines in game.
I mean, Winsanity, congratulations, bro. I know you're always grinding, you're always pushing out some of the greatest content in PUBG Mobile, and it's so cool to see you get honored with this. I have actually a question. How many times did you have to record things like I'm knocked, I need to be res, I'm knocked, oh no, I got knocked?
Because that's what you're gonna be hearing, Courage, right? You're gonna be hearing that the entire time when you play.
No, Cypher, let me roast him for once.
Okay.
He's much better than me at PUBG Mobile.
Let's just say there were definitely a lot of instances on stream. I think PUBG could just go clip those from the streams. Okay, we had no shortage of help me out voice lines from the streams.
Okay.
Man,
Oh,
I mean,
great.
it's an incredible feeling to be immortalized in a game that you're so passionate about. I know I got to experience that. Maybe one day Courage as well will get to experience that. I mean, 3 of us have experienced it, but you know, and you're here, you're competing live in the moment, you're seeing it in the shop. I know it's a great feeling, so enjoy it, man. This is your moment.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I gotta ask, Win, are there any lines that stick out to you that were like your favorite? Like, hit us with an emulation. Give us a real-time look.
We got some good ones in there. We were able to get Jackwagon into the voice pack. So I'm pretty sure when you say like enemies ahead, it's look at this Jackwagon, and then enemy is goofball right there. We got bada bing, bada boom, and I'm pretty sure when you go to mark like I've got a weapon, it says, "Whoa, is that a Glacier M4?" So we got that in there too. There's a lot of good lines.
Dude, that's crazy. They gave you some leeway to say whatever it sounds like. That's incredible, man. So I guess to cap things off, I mean, we have been, you know, obviously since day one playing PUBG Mobile. You know, talk to me a little bit about what this means to you as kind of a content creator.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those giant milestones, right? As a YouTuber, you dream of like a silver play button or a gold play button, but then, you know, when you're with a game for so long, you know, you start thinking about maybe some of those big milestones in game, and having any kind of representation, being able to log in and see like my face is in the game files, you know, that's just such a surreal feeling, and I really do feel humbled and honored, and I'm excited for everyone to hop into PUBG Mobile and check it out for themselves. I believe we even have a little bit of a free pack too, so there should be some voice lines available to everybody where the voice pack is available in those regions. So I'm excited to hear it.
Absolutely. So excited for you, man. I'm super geeked out about it because now players can team up as me and you, and we don't even have to be there. They can just talk back and forth a bunch
Full
of crap. It'd be super
conversations,
amazing. 100%. But guys, if you have not already downloaded PUBG Mobile, download the game, get in there, go to the shop, check out Winsanity's brand new voice pack. Again, super proud of you, man, and very excited for this achievement. Super, super awesome. Anyway, hey, let's pick it up the rest of this tournament, huh? Get out there and get this dub. That's what I'm talking about at this point.
I know, I'm conflicted. Like, we're not doing so well, so I'm like frustrated, but then my voice pack's in game, so I'm happy, and it's just, you know, I think with the point multipliers, I just keep telling the guys, anything's possible. We got a chance. Anybody's still in this, so we just got to lock in, and we're going back to Erangel, which is my home turf, so let's see if we can get it done.
All right, well, we'll be watching you for sure, man. Best of luck out there. Go get them dubs, and like you said, those multipliers, it's anyone's game. So, Winsanity, thanks for stopping by the booth, man. We'll keep an eye on the team. I believe it's, what's the team name? Who are you
Salty Starfish. That's
Salty Starfish.
I've been a little salty, but it's, you know, it fits the name.
Gonna commit that to memory, my friend. So anyway, best of luck out there in Game 4 and beyond if it does take a tiebreaker, so to speak, to get this thing over the finish line.
All right, thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well, with that, we have to prep for game number 4. Courage. Cypher got a sick burn in on you there. I appreciate the walk off, my friend, but welcome back to the broadcast. Anything that we need to look forward to for this 4th game, obviously point multiplier up to 2.5x. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, this one is now where it's really going to begin to ramp up. The difference between first and second right now is just 5 points in the overall scoreboard. So 3 teams within 10 points of each other towards first. I think the Goldfish of Destiny is ready. I mean, I'm excited to see it. Did Winsanity just make that up where we were going to map 4? He might be a liar. Who knows? We're going to find out together.
The Goldfish golden.
I have no idea. I mean, I rely on Goldfish to pick the maps, so
Yes.
I'm rooting for Livik, but we'll see where it goes. So why don't we get the Goldfish of Destiny up, and we will see where this bad boy is gonna land. So is it Erangel? Is it Livik? Is it Sanhok? Only the Goldfish of Destiny knows. And
Goldfish is a little shy.
What the heck? Where
he looks a little
where's the
different.
What? Oh my God!
Wait, that is the ugliest goldfish I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, come on.
What? How is this our job?
This is the slowest goldfish I have ever seen in my life.
This guy Powerbang is nearly 80 years old and is wearing a goldfish hat. That is not
They don't
the
pay
Goldfish
me
of
enough for
Destiny.
this, Courage. This is it, PUBG
Pick a
Mobile.
map. Come on, man. What you taking
All right.
so long?
Oh my gosh. You got 5 more seconds to lock it in. It is Erangel. It is Erangel. Win was correct. Yeah, it's a good guess. Home turf. We're leaking things. Anyways, I don't know, man. That goldfish character, pretty cool stuff. So, guys, Erangel, map number 4. Cypher, what are we thinking? Any game plans here?
I mean, so there is going to be an underwater fight here in Erangel, right? So
Yes.
we're going to see another attempt from multiple teams to try to get those 20+ eliminations off spawn. It could be the Strikers. It could be another team that takes it. But with a 2.5 multiplier and the challenge for game number 4 being a Trident melee elimination, that's going to secure you, my math is right, 12.5 points. Like, this is going to be a huge swing game. I mean, a team in the top 10 could take first. A team in first could put themselves right behind the finish line, or maybe even cross it, but we'll have to see.
This could be the game, Courage. Do you think this is it? Do you think we cap it here after just this game? Teams are right around that 100-point threshold.
Yep.
We've been seeing them pick up like 20, 25, 30 elims, somewhere in that range. And I mean, with a 2.5x plus challenges plus rank points, this could be it. I don't know, my friend.
Yeah, I think what I'm really interested in is seeing the fact that Shoreline Strikers kind of has this gameplay of playing aggressively as possible the whole time. Just from start to finish. Jacob, at least, I think, is thinking a bit more around like, hey, let's at least really try to survive to the end of the game and see what happens. Because that's a lot of where their points have now come in the last 2 games, has just been Jacob living to the end game. On the other hand, Bountiful Bubbles is playing much more of a cohesive team game where it might not be the most electric start or the most electric mid game, but they are just consistent across the board. What will work out in the best? We will see. The $15,000 Deep Sea Domination Tournament continues. Game number 4, 2.5x multiplier, and there is your POI challenge. The Trident melee elimination will be for the bonus points here. And keep in mind, guys, there's still more hints to come to earn your free UC to be activated in-game.
Love that. Ocean Palace is back, baby. That's all I gotta say. We got 2 Ocean Palaces on the map, and as you can see, Winsanity is flying right for it. And I am really digging the challenge in this one. The Trident melee elimination. Is anybody gonna go for this? 12.5 points this time with a 2.5 point multiplier here. So very excited to see if anybody actually gets this done. But Win's played a lot of this mode and knows exactly where to drop, and you can see him riding the edge there to avoid that fall damage and hopefully get to a spot where he can be protected but get that good loot.
So how difficult is it to get a melee elimination with the Trident? Like, it does seem like it's a little bit risky, right? You're running in close range against a
I'm too scared.
Death.
I'm too scared to try it, Cypher. Like, I had a trident here recently. I took a couple swings with it, but I'm like, does it block bullets? Like, I don't fully know, and I got scared and pulled my gun back out and just shot the dude. So, you know, like, I'm not quite sure how it works. I'm hoping we can learn something here from these players today and see how, like, OP this trident actually is.
Winsanity taking the high ground here.
Look at this rotation.
Yeah, he really knows how to move around down here, but he's getting shot. It looks like he's down to a little bit of HP.
Dive!
Oh no!
Oh, pain.
That's the risk right there. When you're moving, you can move across the water pretty quickly and position yourself. But if someone catches you, there's not a lot you can do, especially if they have a good shot.
That's all right. He can at least take solace in the fact that he can apologize to his team now without using his actual voice.
I wonder if he equipped his voice back already.
I hope he did, man.
Why is he communicating with us in our voice call only through the in-game voice pack? Nice shots from Ares right there. Quick little knock and elimination. Already up to 3 elims this game.
I almost guarantee he does not have that voice pack yet, because I guarantee he's making a video out of that, and we've been live here, so
True.
That's my guess.
That's too funny. Kraken crew was my original guess, but they've really began to struggle as they're down to 13th place, which for those of you keeping track is last in this tournament. So did I jinx them?
Nice pick, Courage.
Nice
pick.
Maybe I
You
jinxed
couldn't have
them.
done worse.
All right, calm down. There's still a chance to come back. These multipliers go crazy. Don't worry.
That is true. That is true.
Don't you worry.
Oh, the repositioning here
movement.
with the swim was crazy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the movement. I can't. It's like you think you've got your angles covered, and all of a sudden it's like, nope, never mind.
And that was actually a
Somebody
perfect
behind
bait and switch. You saw Nate began to peek on out there. Then right as the shots came in, it was Dr. Chemist who then swung the corner as well. We are on board with Jacob from Shoreline Strikers, who has been probably the most dominant squad in the early game in these Ocean Palaces. Only 2 eliminations so far in this one. Trying to see
Still
exactly.
plenty of teams around though.
Yeah, and still plenty of time here too. I think is the big thing as well. Looks like they're trying to be spotted right now.
They hear him. There's definitely some audio cues there because he walked to the edge, look around, and look, he's already up above. This is kind of crazy, a little bit risky, but they tend to be playing very risky in the early game. I'm wondering what his strategy is here. Is he looking like he is alone? His teammates are kind of around. Maybe he's just getting data and he's just feeding it to his teammates.
Hard to say. He's zooming though. I was just gonna say those rays, they get around so good in the water. It's like even if you know where they're at, it's still hard to shoot them because they're so fast. I mean, look at this. It's like daring him.
Wait, they can.
Oh, he turned that around. That was incredible.
Wow.
He got. Looks like he got hit with the water or got caught for a second, but still just managed to land and hit his shots. And now he can get the revive off as well with barely any HP on his teammate, but he gets up.
And that's from Team Bountiful Bubbles, who are currently in 2nd place at 104 points. So that's 2.5 points right there for that squad when they're trying to close that gap of 5 points. They might already have tied up this tournament.
100%. Yeah, they're catching that late wind, you know? They're trying to get to the top of that table. They're almost there.
Rolex, who's had pretty much a pretty quiet tournament so far for me. They're still in this one, currently in 8th place, but need to have a pretty big performance here as Jacob's still just floating around, potentially looking for just what could be the best opening in this. Did see a player hiding around the corner looking for the grenade, and no, it does hear him running away, and I don't think there'll be any opportunity. Now, I have a question. How does a molly work in the underwater?
We're so on the same page. I'm literally just saying the same thing. It's like so awkward to see, but apparently it works.
It's a special kind of fire.
Okay.
It's that water fire.
Yep.
That's great. That is great.
I want to know where Jake's team is. Like, we see him flying around, but where is his team? Like, they're just... Are they looting on the outside already? Or
maybe
Jacob's team.
Yeah, there's a chance that he was, his teammates might have gotten knocked, and he's still living the dream up there, trying to get that good loot and get those free. Because I mean, honestly, if his team's like, you know, securing, you know, points down below or getting position or looting up or whatever the case may be, like he's still up here getting points for free and he still has that respawn. So I mean,
yeah,
no need to exit early, I suppose.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So he's just trying to find whatever eliminations he can find on people who are weak or solo, and he's using. I mean, I guess he got lucky that he got the flying stingray early, because it doesn't seem to be that common. But he's using it really well to move around this palace.
Absolutely. Trident should be unlocked here any moment. I believe it's yeah, there it is. Curse just got the Trident, so we'll see if they're able to complete the challenge by getting a melee elimination. Rolex there getting tagged. That's unfortunate for them. They're not looking as good as they have in past events, but hey,
already 6 eliminations for Bountiful Bubbles. I do think they have the lead right now.
Oh, this is a fight between our top 2 teams. Oh my God!
Jacob gets taken down.
And when you think about it, realistically, that's a 5-point swing, because this will be an elimination, or could be
Wait,
an
there's
elimination
Mango.
for Bountiful Bubbles. Hold on, here comes some help. And now the water orb
Pulls
comes
him in the water. Oh my
What
goodness.
a play! What a play for 6ix9ine. The water orb use. He floats up. There's one. How about the second? Massive performance there. Is there about to be a third? He did it again. Oh,
my
can't
gosh.
find the shot. And
This
now
man-
going
this
to
man's
the
moving.
loop.
That is huge. That is
Now
a
look at this loot.
huge win for him.
I want to know who has the Trident. You saw Curse pick it up, but where did he go? Is he still lurking around? Will he have the ability to pick up that melee elimination? Really want to see if somebody can do that, because I'm selfishly, I want to see how this sucker works and how OP it actually is. Oh, here's Nate firing underwater. That actually sounded like underwater shots there, so that's pretty cool.
I'm going to say this right now. If we look back on this tournament and Bountiful Bubbles wins by a very small margin, that is the play of the tournament right there that we just witnessed from 6ix9ine. That was unbelievable.
I agree. That was super clutch. Dr. Chemist here coming over to pick up his teammate Nate. Luckily nearby, just swimming around, you know, getting some exercise in. He's able to get Nate back in the fight here, but how long will that last? There's still, it looks like 4 to 5 squads chilling up in the water. I guess down in the water palace here, in the ocean palace.
And time beginning to run out for when they're all going to move out of this location.
Yep, the zone is pulling up north, it seems like. It's going to be closing in on them soon. Still one player left from the strikers that's still lingering, looking for some eliminations. But like, I completely agree with you, Courage. That fight right there, that 1v2 that we just saw from Bubbles and his crew is just incredible. Like, I mean, the momentum shift right there is everything.
That's like per each elimination 2.5 points. So that's 5 points there for Bountiful Bubbles. But again, the reason I mentioned it's a bonus swing of another 2.5 points is because, you know, if he doesn't find that elims, it looks like a quick little skirmish of 2 versus 1 will happen here. Nicely done as they get a quick little cleanup. If 6ix9ine doesn't 1v2 there, he gets eliminated by Jacob and crew, and that gives them 2.5 points. So it's more than meets the eye. It's, oh my goodness, this nade. As there's a quick little trade from Ares.
Angles are absolutely insane in this Ocean Palace. I will say, the audio cues in here, having played this, they're quite loud. And it always feels like there's somebody right next to you, even though they may be a fair bit away. Like, it's kind of a nerve-wracking experience being in this Ocean Palace. So if you guys haven't checked it out, definitely do that. And are you seeing that giant Kraken come rolling in?
Wait, what?
Wait, what Kraken?
So there is a giant Kraken. It lives in the Ocean Palace, and it will destroy the sea suppressor, what's holding back all of this water. And ultimately, when the blue zone's about ready to come in here in probably about 1:29, it will force all of the players out of this Ocean Palace and back to the normal map. So the Kraken's what instigates that. For me, that's just extra, but I love the detail that PUBG Mobile has gone here to like add some sort of rationale for why players need to leave this beautiful place.
Wow.
And once they leave, is it just a bloodbath on the surface, or are they launched up into the air?
They go on like a mini plane path, so they can actually choose where they jump. So you're not forced out into, you know, right in the same area as others. You actually have the ability to control your destiny a little bit. That's not saying that, yeah, here's the water. It's coming in.
Uh-oh. All right, time to go. Look at everyone going.
Oh, look at this! Look at this angles, man.
Dude, this is the level of detail. Shout out to the team making PUBG Mobile. This is just so cool. I even had people in my chat earlier because obviously it's new viewer. A lot of them are new viewers tuning into PUBG Mobile for the first time, and one of them said, "I cannot believe this is a mobile game." And I'm like, "Yeah,
right.
It's absurd."
I totally lied about the plane too. I was thinking if you died, but after the water comes up, you're swimming back to the surface, and it's a pretty large area as you can see.
That's you can kind of try to avoid people, but there might be some post action right here as they come up looking for more loot. The rest of the teams are split up. The strikers in their team, they've kind of landed in the middle. They've looted up. I'm wondering if they're going to go on the aggressive again. I thought there was still one more person from their side that was still alive, but I think he might have met back up with them.
Might be lurking around still. Who knows? I will say that one thing we haven't seen really on Erangel so far is the Sea Treasury, which is basically a big loot palace below the ruins. So we'll see if anybody goes to those Forsaken ruins. They're little mini-map POIs that teams can find. But I think it's time for another hint. Check that out. Right bottom right corner of your screen. If you're still tuning in, the Kraken is your latest hint for the UC. We've got one more code, or one more hint rather, to give out later on in the broadcast. So make sure you guys stay tuned.
I'm intrigued. Keep track, folks. Keep track. Stay tuned on in. See what our fourth word will wind up being. Just like you can see, two players now just on the other side of each other, wondering who could take this right angle. But look at that. That's how you use a number advantage, folks. 3 versus 1. And that's actually a squad wipe right there. They do go down. So we're down to 11 teams, 41 players remaining.
And look at that. Electric Eels have picked up 8 eliminations this game. They were in 10th place going into this, or I think, going into this. So the opportunity here to jump up is huge for them. 8 times 2.5. Jacob's
going for revenge. This is the player that knocked him up in the Ocean Palace, and he is trying to take him down once again, but ultimately 6ix9ine will get away, live to fight another day here. But Shoreline Strikers isn't trying to take that beating lane down. Only 3 elims though so far, so teams are definitely gaining on them.
I do think that it just comes down to that momentum in the early game, and they had it in the first 2, but like if you don't catch your footing and you kind of split up, you're not going to drop 20 eliminations. But they're keeping the pressure on, and what, they're split? Are they split into 2 cars right now, driving around just looking for people, trying to take anybody out?
They don't. Oh my God! I don't think they know he's behind the tree.
No, they don't know.
Oh, but he does win.
Oh, they went
and
for it.
They
sent
2
the other
eliminations
team
right there. They're up to 5 now.
Okay, so this squad is doing the exact same thing. They are saying, we don't care. We don't respect anyone else on the map. We just care about pushing for eliminations. Forget placement points. Forget how this normally would play. They're playing this. The way I'm feeling this is they're playing this like they're playing a normal public game of PUBG Mobile. Meanwhile, they are in a stacked tournament environment. But it's a level of confidence.
15 grand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Look at the confidence they have right there to perfectly pinch with 2 vehicles, knowing that there could only be 2 players in that opposing squad's vehicle. And just like that, they're rewarded with 2 more eliminations.
I will say the difference, though, between this fight and previous fights that we've seen on the maps before is they're playing together now. They still have that same aggression, but did you notice how that buggy was flanked by another vehicle with the other 2 players? And we did not see that in previous games. And so Shoreline Strikers seem to have made some adjustments here. They're playing together. Kayax there, the man that he was chasing, led him into a trap. And I was thinking, uh-oh, they don't see that player behind the tree. And unfortunately for them, it was just too many players crashing onto their position. It didn't matter that they didn't know he was there. It was just too overwhelming.
Well, I didn't mind that they're playing this way, Powerbag. It's just that last game, the previous game when they did it, they only had 2 players, and they were fighting on a roof for so long that a third party showed up. As here comes another one of those car engagements. Again, Erangel, the largest map we play here today, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot more vehicle intensive, especially in the mid game, as that's really the way you're going to find most engagements, is spotting a vehicle and hunting them down, because for the most part, there's a lot of different areas where just 40 players can be, hiding inside of. So normally this is a slower part in the game, as you just wait for this zone to keep closing on in. Rolex has players just below, and Rolex beginning to know, hey, we have not had the most impressive performance so far. Remember when I said that I've seen a pretty quiet tournament from them? Well, right now, Sharkbait have 12 eliminations already.
Dang.
In game number 3.
Start to ramp things up a little bit, huh, Sai?
Oh, yeah.
12 elims, not too shabby.
I mean, better late, especially in a tournament like this, better late. 12, 2.5 points. I mean, they were in 8th place, so like they're still within striking distance. And I did a little bit of number crunching just because I was curious. We're most likely going to see a game 5, especially after that early game. We didn't see any teams break 20 plus eliminations like we saw in game 1 and 2. So it's going to be very, very challenging for first place or second place to finish it here. And we're more likely going into a game 5. And that just gives even more teams the opportunity this game to get within striking distance of the 200 points they need. And it might come down to a game 5 where 3 or 4 or 5 teams have just within the right amount of points to have a big game and steal basically first place after trailing for most of the tournament. So I'm excited. I really hope that's the case.
Yeah, maybe we have multiple teams cross the 200-point threshold, and it's all about who gets the furthest across it. Who knows? One of the final circles kind of centers up on the Ocean Palace, ruins there. So that's going to be interesting. I'll definitely want to keep my eye on that as these circles continue to close. But look at this, the orb protecting the player. Rolex trying to connect with Lu Power. Definitely they give away their position, but how about the mobility on some of those orbs, Courage?
Oh, it's actually, I said it earlier, it's a really, really cool item. And we saw Seven using it perfectly because he was kind of holding one side of the ridge, and then anytime he felt too much aggression in that last game where Bountiful Bubbles was able to take it, he would just kind of turn, toss it behind him, rotate back, and take a safer position. So it lets you get away with playing a little bit more aggressive, as it does look like Rolex and crew have spotted Trakas just around the corner, and maybe a second as well. Oh, they are farming right now, Powerbang. Up to 14 eliminations.
It's a good spot, good vantage point, and obviously as the circle closes, far less buildings are still in play, and Rolex is happy to take this one, and now it's him versus T-Max. T-Max throws the nade. Rolex is just going to wait that one out. T-Max drops, and now Rolex is going to go into hunt mode, and it's time for him to try to pick up another elim. Just like that, he does. Curse finishes the job. That was just well played right here by Sharkbait. They had angles on all sides, and really, poor T-Max didn't have much of a choice, Courage.
No, not at all. I mean, Powerbang, you want to talk about a team recognizing it's go time in the tournament? It's Team Sharkbait right now. For everyone at home wondering kind of where they were at, remember I said they haven't had anything too memorable? I mean, they were right in the middle of the pack. 8th place, 60 points heading into this game. But right now, they are absolutely the team with the best performance so far in game number 4, and still so many points on the line with 38 players left, Powerbang, as well as 10 squads.
I will say, if anybody could do it, it's Rolex. I mean, this man can put up mad numbers in a hurry. So, I mean, I think that, if we it's too soon to count him out, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, of course.
Hooking up some nades, playing aggressive here.
Oh, dude.
Well placed nade. He's going for another one. They're not trying to give this up. They're looking for a knock. He gets the knock. They're probably gonna pounce in now. Jacob comes in.
Zooming.
Oh no. It's gonna be another 3 eliminations. Throws the water.
Wow.
Orb catches him. He's swimming in there. He's out of the fight pretty much because of that.
They loaded up the entire upstairs with water orbs, and now the Molly has no choice but to land. Look at this. The building is burning, and Yamna Gaming has found the only corner. And now with the water orb, the Molly gets it done. Incredible play here from the Shoreline Strikers.
From a raw skirmishing perspective, Cypher, I think that Shoreline Strikers are the best in this whole lobby. As a team
They're
of 4,
so lethal. So
they
lethal.
are insane.
From a tactics perspective, that was my favorite play of the game by far, or the day rather. I mean, they literally flooded that entire upstairs with water. Homie had no choice but to swim. He was stuck, couldn't use his weapon, couldn't fight back. It was like either drown or burn. That was the choices, and ultimately we saw what happened.
I don't know, man. They're playing like they want to end it here, but they're gonna have a crazy game and do something they haven't done yet in the tournament, which is actually make it into the end game, and finish it out. So we'll have to see if that's possible, if that's in the books for them.
I don't know, man. That would be so absurd.
I mean, they already have 8 eliminations, and there's still 32 players remaining. Like, the numbers are there, but they would have to continue to go crazy. And right now they're kind of alone up there on the map. Baby Shark and his team are south of them. They tend to split though quite a bit, and that's usually ends up being their downfall. But they're doing it again right now. I'm not sure if they're splitting for visuals or if they're just that confident in themselves, just run around and try to fight squads all alone.
Yeah, looking at the map right there, I was like, they need to go get into that zone, secure position, because I don't know if you guys saw where that circle was, but there is nothing to hide behind right now. So ultimately, they're going to need to find one of the few rocks, one of the few trees that's in that circle, find a way to smoke it out, get some position secured. But ultimately, they just ran in all kinds of different directions, and they're maybe going to get a few more solo elims. We'll see.
Poseidon Posse. 3 eliminations so far in this game, all hold up in that same building here. Just trying to spot a squad that's nearby. They know Sharkbait is nearby, and Sharkbait has been one of the more aggressive teams in this game. So I'm wondering, as they drive away, if Sharkbait's going to look for shots. And with the way that Rolex is positioned, it looks like he's hunting right now.
They're up to
hunting.
15 eliminations.
Oh yeah,
man. They're trying to make a point this game, and they've made it.
Look at all those. Wait, are all those knocked players? They are. Oh my goodness.
What is happening here?
They're gone.
Somebody can hit the jackpot here. Look at this. 6-9 up to 10 elims.
What just happened? Did they get like run over or a nade or something? It was 5 knocked players. My goodness. 8 teams left, 27 players remaining.
Into your living room with the water grenades. Yeah.
We're seeing that more and more as players get more comfortable using it in a tournament setting. That's crazy.
It's super effective, man. Like, it seems like if you can get an angle on somebody, you know where they're at, you can completely disable their ability to shoot back. And not only that, get them exposed. You can bring them out of the corner and just shoot them like fish in a barrel. Quite literally is that easy.
We've also seen a lot of them used to stop a res from around a corner. Toss it, it forces the player off because they start swimming, and just like that, they're not able to bring their teammate back. Rolex still doing a good job of keeping track of this team to their right. They know that they're in a bit of a standoff here, taking a breath. You see there in the camera for a second, as we'll see our map for the moment. Both of our, I do want to say, both of our top 2 teams are still alive in this game.
That zone is so toxic.
Or I just made that up. Did Bountiful Bubbles die? I think they actually did. So that means that Shoreline Strikers have a chance now to begin to potentially pull away in this.
Also, remember, there is a 5th and final checkpoint before the win, which is at 150 points, which either team had the opportunity in this game to take it, but if like you said, bubbles are already out, it might be Shoreline. Easy taken right there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 checkpoints. That's $5,000 extra on top of whatever placement they end up getting just for completing the checkpoints first.
Only 6 teams left in this one. We got people driving around, hiding in cover, but this zone for me is incredibly toxic. You've got this river that just completely bisects it, and it takes up a good part of the safe zones at the end of this game. So this is going to be a really interesting one, and there's some teams that really need these points. Obviously, the Shoreline Strikers among them, but Sharkbait starting to make a bit of a push as well, led by Rolex. They're up to 15 elims right now, and there's still quite a few people in the lobby, so it is not too soon, to call it here. I mean, there are quite literally, another 20 elims that these teams could be picking up, and that is massive when you've got 2.5 times multiplier active.
Well, with a river like this in play, there's going to be some pretty gnarly sight lines you can play just on these ridges. So if you're actually able to clear out the one side of the river, as you can see Coral Commanders attempting to do here, and know that your back is safe or as safe as possible, you could then focus all your attention towards the one side of the zone while being in a very powerful position where only your head can be seen. As sadly, Polo does get angled on out there as one member of Shoreline Strikers goes down, 2 members of Shoreline Strikers goes down, and what have we noticed? They're split up again at this kind of.
But look at this triple knock right here from Jacob.
No. Wait, was that with one nade?
I believe that he might have just re-knocked them, but they're about to secure some more points here before getting taken out. If they stay alive, they'll be even better. Fizz with just barely any health on top, just trying to pop some bandages while flying around and avoiding damage. This is crazy. It's like he's like on a magic carpet, just flying up and down. Not a player beneath him. He might get distracted there. There is a player in that bunker that's looking at him, but his priority right now is just to stay alive.
He's healing,
leading for his team.
Funny enough, he's
got bandages and boosts up on that up that race, so he's actually taking advantage of this time, not getting shot to get back into the fight. I just want to go back to that play though by Jacob. He filled up that entire garage with water orbs, and ultimately was able to smoke them out, get the nade kills, and just super impressed with the play of Shoreline Strikers.
I am going to make the call right now. Team Sharkbait is going to win this game with 24 eliminations. Like drop. Okay? Calling it right now. Sharkbait win.
Look at their position
limbs.
right now. They're in the prime spot.
Prime spot, 4 up, windows everywhere, 2 stories secured, Cypher.
But they might just win. Yeah, they might just
This
win
is
whole
a
game
really good position. 17 eliminations so far. How insane can it get?
With a 2.5 multiplier, man.
Yep.
Listen, like they were in 8th going into this. They had 60 points going to this. They're already over 100 right now, which is how they've done. So they're gonna be in contention going into game 5, and they're gonna definitely deny anybody the opportunity to close it out here.
There's Winsanity still alive. Where did he come from?
Winsanity's taking like a 1 versus 3 right now on this side of the zone.
This is crazy, though. You're absolutely right. Sharkbait in a prime spot right now in the buildings. But I will say that every team remaining right now is, in my eyes, one of the favorites. Like, all very, very strong players. Got some esports guys in here. One of them into your living room right there in KX. I don't know if he expected somebody to be there or what, but that was not the move.
Oh, these nades could be lethal for Winsanity if that bounces in the right spot.
Good dodge. Very good dodge.
He's leaving himself a little bit exposed. Seems like it did catch his teammate.
Angry Hosier will get res, though.
Yeah, he's prioritizing the res for sure. But look at you can't even get a res off safely because people are just zooming around on these rays. And at any point, they could just decide, oh, he's rezzing. I'll just hop off and pick up 2 elims instead of 1. It's so dangerous out there.
But it's that ridge line I was talking about. See how even though they're on this low ground, it still feels pretty powerful? Because anyone that tries to run over that hill, they'll be able to spot and just beam with some beautiful shots. Smoke grenades now being used. These smokes might be being used a bit earlier than they would have really wanted in this game, as now they're going to rotate behind that wall of smoke. So this is Winsanity's call. Shots coming in. That's Rolex down towards Jacob. Will drop on down for the moment. Rolex down to just 10% HP.
Nice play.
Will stay alive
Rolex there.
And Rolex knocked Jacob. That's 2 of the stronger players in this lobby, if I'm not mistaken, Power Bang.
No, you're absolutely right. Yep. Jacob's still alive, still doing his thing. Rolex holding this compound with all of his might. They really need to hold on to this one because whoever owns these houses is going to own the lobby as the circle continues to shrink right on top of it. I don't know if it's still in play, but I do believe at least one of the houses is like in the corner of the zone there. So very, very interesting to see this develop, but Shoreline Strikers aren't letting it go without a fight.
Yeah, at this point, they're just trying to secure whatever placements they can. As a solo player, like the chaos is about to erupt. So if he can go unnoticed, or people just don't want to shoot the flying stingray, he can potentially secure like a top 3 here from 6th place to top 3. That'd be huge. There's top 5 right now, unless that was him that went down. No, he's still alive flying. He is kind of weak off in the distance. The zone is closing, and we are losing the cover of the houses. It's gonna go crazy here.
Yeah, they can't even hide behind the tip of that roof anymore, Courage. Look at that. Like, it's in, but they got to stand on the tippy top of the roof, and it's no good to them any longer. They've got to move out and find a tree.
Ireland does go down, so that is Shoreline Strikers eliminated. Now, the team that I think actually has the highest chance of winning this game is going to be Winsanity and crew playing that beautiful ridgeline. FIS has been flying around on this thing for so long. Rolex trying to spot over this ledge.
Have we seen the Trident melee elimination?
We have not. We have not seen that.
There's still 10 points up for grab. No, 12.5 points up for grabs. He has the Trident in his hand. I just don't know how he's going to pull it off in this end game. Looked like he did swing at him for a second there.
He just rescued his teammates, I'm pretty sure. He just went and yoinked him right out from danger's, death's jaws there and pulled him back to safety. That was absolutely crazy.
Winsanity saw someone go all the way behind. Who is that out there? Beautiful shots from Winsanity. They're now at 11 eliminations, looking to keep stacking it up. It's Sharkbait and crew going up against our Salty Starfish. Who will get the win in game number 4? 20 eliminations for Sharkbait. They've got 2 players left in this one. A wall of smoke to their right. Rolex attempting to use this Trident to get to the high ground to see where they could be. Angry Hosier is knocked, so it's a 2 versus 2. This is a tournament-changing matchup right here, which could impact thousands of dollars in prize money. They want to go for these Trident eliminations. That's what it looks like to me right now. Winsanity continuing to rotate on around. You can see these absolute plumes of water shooting on up. Rolex dropping to the low ground. Still in the 2 versus 2. See someone just outside the zone who does wind up going down to the zone. I think it's Winsanity all by themselves in this one. Winsanity quite weak. Will they use the Trident? There he goes. I think Winsanity just got launched by the Trident. I think that's what that was.
He's going to finish him off with the Trident. There we go. What a way to finish the game.
That was crazy. Absolutely finishing the game off with the Trident elimination. That is the way to do it. That was an epic showdown. We had Rolex on one side, Winsanity on the other. I don't know if you guys saw it, but the ray actually hit Rolex as he was juking, and it kind of disrupted him for a minute. And I was like, no way did he just get sniped with a freaking ray and screwed him up, man. But crazy end to that one. Rolex does get the victory there. Courage, you called it correctly. They didn't quite get to 24, but I'll give you some props for picking the winner correctly.
What would they end with? 22, 23? They were close. They were very close.
I think they were right at 21 or 22. I think 22 if we count that last one. I missed the end game graphics at the end, but it was awfully close. Massive game though, Cypher. I mean, you called it. You kind of doing some back of the napkin math over there. I think we got a race here. I don't think anybody finished the 200 points this game, but this has definitely got to be tightening up at the top of the leaderboard.
For sure. I'm assuming we're going to have a good amount of teams over 100 points, and going into game 5 with a 3x multiplier, it is a race right here for a top 5 team to have a really good game. But like you said, there could be multiple teams that get over 200, and this is going to come down to who gets the most points.
My goodness.
We are.
We're going to see some highlights here.
Yeah, take it away, Courage. Look at the shots coming on those rays.
My goodness, this play was so clean from 6ix9ine to get that first one. Still in this area, find the headshot on the Jacob. Now Jacob's teammate calling him out. You can see Mango thinking they're about to flank. Nope, boom, dang.
Pulls him up. Wow.
That 3-piece right there was so clean.
As cool as that is, you know, from an offensive perspective, how mad do you think that makes you getting hit with one of those water orbs and all of a sudden you're swimming 10 feet in the air? It's like, wait a minute, I had hard cover here and I'm just getting absolutely destroyed. Pretty crazy stuff. I want to pay attention, though, in some of these replays to some of the tactics used by, especially the Shoreline Squadron, whatever the heck, Strikers. There you go. Those guys were insane with their orb usage, filling up the rooms. Absolutely crazy. I don't know if we caught any in the replays, but it was something that was really incredible the whole way through this this gameplay here. But really good position here, Courage, from Rolex. They held down this house as long as they possibly could, and it paid off for them.
I mean, literally the entire game. That they just showed that highlight. They were already in that house with 42 players remaining in the lobby. I also know when we go through this, and here was the moment with the orbs. I mean, this was just so perfectly played. It was flawlessly executed. Seriously, none of them wind up going down. They just wiped the team. Good stuff. Here was that nade again. Boom. I looked away to see the name of a team when that happened. That's why I gave no reaction. I got to give a shout out to Win Sanity. Comes in, obviously freaking out for a big career moment that they got this voice pack. Definitely a leader of his team, knowing they're in, third to last place, and saying, guys, this point multiplier, we can still come back. Does the correct call of playing the shoreline through that whole end game at the river, like I had talked about, and then here in the final moments, still get second, still with their most eliminations so far in a game. They're now back in this tournament too. I cannot wait to see this scoreboard.
Wow, what a cool end moment there with the trident and then like the third person view, getting it done there. And we got ourselves a match leaderboard. And what?
Wow. 103 points in just that one single match.
Yo,
Oh,
dude,
wow.
are they might be our new leaders.
It's got to be super close between them and Sharkbait and Shoreline Strikers. Like both of those, all these S names are messing me up, man. Salty Starfish, it's like the true alliteration pro that I am. I can't get it right. But Sharkbait and the Shoreline Strikers have got to be neck and neck. This is crazy. Let's go ahead and pull up that map and see how close we actually are. Oh, look at that. We have it looks like Shoreline Strikers still out in front just by a bit, but
Just
yeah, you can
couple
definitely
points.
see some teams pulling away.
My goodness, that is an absolutely insane performance right there from Sharkbait to go from 8th place to now fighting at the top. Anyone can take this one. Shout out Shoreline Strikers, who's now gotten a 4th treasure bounty. But this is it. This next game, if either of them have a decent start and can just stay alive through the mid game, we're going to crown ourselves a champion.
Yeah, we have 8 teams that have over 100 points right now. 8 teams
It's getting
going
tense,
into this final game with a 3x multiplier. We just saw a team finish in just one game get 103 points. So if anybody wasn't playing nervous, they're playing nervous now because it all comes down to this final game. It all comes down to this.
Absolutely. You guys are talking final game, and I think now I finally buy it. I think we are at final game territory. I don't think with a 3x multiplier, we just have like 30 or so points to go. Somebody's going to be picking it up. But before we get to our final game, I want to take a quick break. You guys can stretch your legs, but be back here in just a moment as we get into our final game of Deep Sea Domination.
Version 3.3 brings tons of new updates to Metro Royale. Let's check them out together. To start off, we added 2 shotgun faction weapons. They are the DBS and S12K. With their addition, you have more faction weapon choices than ever. Additionally, we've improved the damage dealt by all faction weapons, including the Cobras and Steel Front weapons. Their damage multiplier has increased from 15% to 25%. That should make faction weapons a fantastic choice in the new version. What's more, we've added a new special trait modification system. In this system, you can forge or modify fabled equipment traits to give them new bonus special traits or change existing ones. These traits greatly increase your effectiveness against bandits and PvE enemies. Keep in mind that both forging and modifying traits require schematics, which only appear in Zombie Uprising mode. I bet you're super excited to try out all these new weapon updates for yourself. Make sure to do so in the new version. If you have any feedback, let us know in the comments. In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Sea's protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Sea's protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live here with PUBG Mobile's Deep Sea Domination. So excited to get into what looks to be our final game of the evening. Don't forget, we still have one code to give, or one clue to give away today as well, to get you that free UC that you can grab at the end of our broadcast. So make sure you guys stick around. We'll bring back on Cypher PK and Courage JD, our special guest for the evening. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us again as we get ready for our fifth and I believe final game. We've got to go pick the Goldfish of Destiny to do our bidding here. But Courage, I got to ask you, are there any maps you're hoping to see? What have you liked so far tonight?
I mean, I really liked Livik. I think that I would be down to watch another Erangel with how intense that was too, because that's the OG right there. So can't go wrong with either of those. We'll see what the Goldfish picks.
Let's go check out the Goldfish then, and I pray to God he looks different than last map.
Oh, thank
All
goodness.
right, he does.
The old guy's back.
Oh, phew, thank goodness. All right, so we're gonna pick the Erangel, it looks like. So Erangel back to back here to wrap things up. What does that mean for our team, Cypher? We're playing the tried and true Erangel. What do they got to do to get the dub here in this one?
I mean, okay, so for our top two teams, they're like within 30-something points away from 200. But it's not enough just to get 200 at that point, because if both of them make it into the end game, it's going to come down to whoever actually popped off. And if you have an early pop off where you're getting 15 plus eliminations off the drop in the underwater palace, that's going to be more than enough to at least have 200. And at that point, you just got to make it to the end. You cannot afford to die mid game. You cannot afford to split off and die like we've seen happen a few times. So
no, it's great points. And I will say, you know, I don't want to count any teams out at this point. Like we saw with a 2.5x multiplier, over 100 points in a game. So it's like, I don't want to write anyone off, but I will say that there's probably 3 or 4 teams right now that look to be front runners, I guess, at this point. And so you've got the Shoreline Strikers and Sharkbait, which are neck and neck right now for first place. They're right with each other. So again, whoever goes off more here is probably your champ. But we've got some dark horses as well. We've got the Bountiful Bubbles, who took a map just a bit earlier, as well as the Trusty Tridents, who popped off again. If you guys remember games 1 and 2, they went kind of crazy. But was it too early? They didn't have the benefit of those multipliers. We'll see if they can turn it around. Sharkbait, however, had a slow start, Courage. And here they are, right at the top of the tables, because they turned on the gas when the time was right.
Yeah.
Will they have enough, though, to get it across the finish line?
That's the big question right now. It's going to be really all eyes, I think, need to be on these top 2 teams at the start of this game to keep track of who's really leading in the eliminations. And then from there, I think it's going to be key to rotate early right towards the middle of the zone. Get vehicles, get to the middle right away, and then immediately play rotations fast towards the safest area. Here it is, folks. What very well could be the final game of the $15,000 Deep Sea Domination Tournament here on PUBG Mobile, brought to you by Powerbank, Cypher PK, and myself, Courage. We have a couple teams over the 160 point mark, looking to push towards that 200 point threshold. And again, once a team reaches 200, they will be our winners, unless there's multiple teams and it's whoever has the most above 200. Here we go. Let's see if people will drop right away at this first one, or will they go to the second one?
hey, keep in mind the challenge this time is to escape the Kraken. So you do have to stay in the underwater castle until the Kraken awakens and pushes all the players out. So it might be beneficial if you're trying to secure that, for sure, if you're close enough to 200 to land on the further one, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like everybody is landing here and they're just going to try to go for the huge eliminations. There was a team that did hop out later on the plane path, and actually, yeah, it does look like they're taking the easier points by landing at the other castle. It's going to be less contested to secure the challenge for this game.
Yeah, that was the Flounder Fury team taking that Southern Ocean Palace, and it might pay off for them, because if they can stick around to the end, that's basically a free 15 points from challenges that they're going to get. But unfortunately, they're going to miss out on a lot of elims here at this first Ocean Palace, as the other 12 teams have all dropped in. So we've got 48 players in this Ocean Palace right now. Courage, this is mad chaos.
Yeah, here we go. This is what it's all about for this game, and we're on board already with Aries YouTube, who's got 2 eliminations just to start, which again, this is a 3x multiplier, so boom, 6 points instantly for the Poseidon posse. We're currently in 7th place at 104 points going into our 5th game. Our Shoreline Striker squad is currently in the lead by just 2 points, has 1 elimination. Jacob is knocked for the moment, but they will come back to life. Quick little challenge, beautiful shots right there from who right now is my potential tournament MVP in Uralin. By far the most eliminations that I've seen of anyone. So 3 elims so far, but right over to Sharkbait, they've got 3 elims too. This is what it's all about, folks.
Neck and neck. I mean, they were going into this last game with only a 2-point difference between them. That is less than a single elimination with the 3x multiplier. So it's going to be back and forth the entire time, unless one of them gets eliminated early, and then it's going to come down to whoever can close this out.
I hadn't even thought of it like that, Cypher. They were separated by 2 points, and that's not even including a player's legs. You know, it's just like the upper half of them as far as their point value. So, I mean, pretty close to say the least coming into this final game. So to see, you know, Sharkbait start out fast with Rolex kind of leading the way there, that's what you want to see. And then on the other side of things, you've got Polo and Uralin leading the other squad. They've got 4 elims. So we're still right in a dead heat at the top of this tournament right now. Really impressive start for both teams.
Okay, Kraken crew with 6 eliminations to their name for this one. Probably their best start of any game so far. Ooh, is that a snipe already?
Ooh.
Not able
That,
to-
my friends, is my favorite gun in the game. That's the M24, suppressed, and it's just got a certain vibe to it. You know, you hear that sound, and it's just like, yeah, give me more of that.
This is what it's all about right here.
Oh,
I
here we
totally
go.
get it.
Rolex
actually-
going down early, not going to be able to capitalize too much with his squad and rack up these, easier eliminations. But, last game, they didn't necessarily get that many eliminations from the underwater castle. It just came down to being in the right position in the end game, and that's where most of their limbs came in.
That's true. When you get to post up in a house and stay there for 50 elims in a row, it's usually a good sign that you picked a good spot in the zone. And we got a nice central circle here, Courage. Centers up on Rozhok. We've got a bunch of teams right there around that Ocean Palace. So anybody that does survive till the end, they're going to have a good position in zone if they can actually be the champs here of this first Ocean Palace.
Well, then also just living in the Ocean Palace is going to be worth 15 because it's 5 points for the challenge when the Kraken pushes you out. As Jacob goes down, Uralin goes down too. So remember, just being in this area for when the Kraken pushes you is insanely important as well.
And everything on the line here. Lots of money on the line. And I will say, Shoreline Strikers pretty pleased so far as they've been able to clean up on hitting those challenges first, picking up $1,000 a pop along the way.
Okay, now I'm going to say something insane because I'm trying to keep track of our top 3 teams because the third team, Bountiful Bubbles, is very much still in play here to be able to take this over. I believe that everyone from Shoreline Strikers and potentially Sharkbait have been cleared out of this area. But you know who hasn't? Bountiful Bubbles, who now has 6 eliminations. But here's the thing. If they're the only squad of this top 3 that gets cleared out, they get 15 bonus points for the 3x multiplier, which will tie them with points to Shoreline Strikers in first. So we 100% have at minimum 3-way push in this game.
Yep. And they have 6 limbs, like you said. They're going to secure that challenge if they stay in for at least another minute 5 or even longer. I'm wondering if any team is going to come back underwater. Is that even possible to try to secure the challenge? Because we've seen people adapt their play style. If a team got eliminated early and they redeployed and they're looting, maybe they're near the other underwater castle that's a little bit less contested, can they go back into the water? Do you know if that's possible?
I mean, I don't.
I doubt it, but I've never actually tried, so I can't confirm. So
This would be
normally
the game
with
to
these
try.
POIs, yeah, right. Normally with the POIs, it's something in the sky, right? So like you can't get back up there once you ultimately die.
Fair enough.
I never really thought about going lower before. That's an interesting concept. Well, I'm gonna try the next game I play. I'm like, can I go back in here?
Still
What's up with the
50 left right now. A couple players look like they're probably coming off spawn here again. 7 from Bountiful Bubbles. But 6ix9ine has really been the player for me on Bountiful Bubbles that has impressed me the most in just individual skill. And here's a look at the full POI. Will the Kraken be heading out soon? Will these squads all get the challenge points? Will another one be eliminated? It looks like 7's been knocked.
How was that for a vantage point? Gee, that was pretty epic looking. Sharks swimming around. That was pretty cool.
Oop. Okay, quick rotate. Kill count, trying to find another position. Have they got the elimination on the 7 yet? It looks like 7 will actually be res potentially, unless kill count drops on down with the Ray and tries to eliminate these players as they're looking for a res. C7 knows it's got to be weak. Doesn't actually drop in. No, I thought they were going to go for it. Oh, they do. There it is.
Is absolutely insane. They're moving around so far.
The Stingray's like purple orb. Is that just more like a stun? I've seen it get shot out.
Definitely. So the passenger of the Stingrays can actually fire it from the air. It can't be used underwater, but basically it's a Stingray core. It's pretty sweet. It does look like the effect on those is that it just traps the enemies, so it disables them, similar to like a water orb for a second.
Wow.
Stingray core. Like, man, they thought of everything, didn't they, boys?
Okay.
I would not have thought of that myself.
Like, this is a big drama moment for me right now. What player from Bountiful Bubbles is still alive here? Because now I think Bountiful Bubbles has one person left. Yeah.
It was 6ix9ine, wasn't it?
No, 6ix9ine got eliminated.
No. He got eliminated.
Ahmad is the last player for Bountiful Bubbles still alive in this area. So if Ahmad gets taken down, like, that's crazy. They're going for these shots. You've got to live. Did someone else get back here for Bountiful Bubbles? Maybe I'm slightly mistaken. There might be a second one.
I don't think so.
Look around.
I do see a little.
Yeah.
Are they above him?
Oh, so maybe you can get back in. That has to be what it is.
Yeah, they're probably coming back down.
Yeah. Yep, they are. There it is.
There they are.
Okay, so you can get back down.
They answered my question.
Amazing.
I knew I had
now
to
we
do
know.
it from there.
Wait, so then why didn't the other teams do that, Cypher? That's what I'm confused by. 15 points?
Well, we're watching one of the underwater
I guess
castles,
maybe they went
right?
to the. Can we look at the main map really quick, please, production? Can we get a chance? I want to see. Okay,
They're
so
all over the place.
No, like, look, Shoreline Strikers doesn't have anyone there.
Yeah, look at Cursed down south right now. Like, he is so far away from his team. I wonder if he's on the plane or what exactly is happening.
I'm so interested to hear, what the thought process is here, because if this is as simple as getting pushed up by the Kraken, here it comes.
Oh, here he comes.
So this is if you get pushed up by this, is 15 points.
That's the first time I've had this, like, perspective on the Kraken before. Like, in game, it's always like you got people shooting at you and you're running, so it's like you see a leg kind of flitter by the window or something.
Yeah.
First time I've had, like, the aerial view, like, actually getting to see this thing in all its glory. It's pretty cool. Oh, wow.
Headshot. Clean elimination right there for Nate.
That was clean. That was really impressive because that guy was zigzagging. That wasn't like a gimme shot right there. He landed that thing clean.
I can see why that's your favorite weapon, Power Bang. That looks fun.
There's no better feeling than landing that shot right there in exactly the fashion he just did. There's something about it. Just makes you feel good.
They actually, yeah, of course. They actually got a little reset here and also found more loot. So all the Bountiful Bubbles back together again, feeling confident, got themselves multiple vehicles, and they're just going to wait now to get pushed up by the Kraken.
Yeah, so there it is. Looks like the challenge details. They can escape via the portal, the updraft currents, or the Stingray mount, and so they've done that. And just like that, they are going to be hooked up with some challenge points that they desperately need to get back into this thing.
11 eliminations to start this off. I mean, they were in third place, but keep in mind, they were only behind by like 12 or 13 points from first. 11 eliminations plus the challenge complete. I don't know if the other top two teams managed to get back into the water. They might have, but I say right now, it is neck and neck between our top three. It is neck and neck. We're going to have to check in on the trusty Tridents and see how they're doing. They were able to make it to the end game quite a few times early on. If they can do that again, they're still in the running, but we got 4 teams that are right there.
If my math serves me correctly, I believe Bountiful Bubbles off of that start is now at 197 points. I believe that now they are, again, we're going to get full confirmation at the end of this game, but I believe right now they've got 48 points so far this game, and they went into this game at 149. So that would put them at 197 because they have 11 eliminations.
I don't even want official confirmation. I just want to go off your word, Courage, and we can just
so far I've been pretty right, Power Bang, and you know that's true.
I agree. No, I agree.
Kind of locked in.
Let's just one more
Urus? Nah, bro, that's crazy.
Tell us about that, Courage.
Next question.
Oh my God.
Courage, your math, are you counting placement points in your math?
Well, I guess one place. Do they get one placement point for
1
13?
placement point times 3 is 3.
Oh my gosh,
so
you're
they're
right.
at 200.
Okay, so that is true.
So they're in contention.
Yeah, it's not over for them though.
So hey, let's put it this way: it is confirmed. This is the final game. It all comes down to this.
Yes.
Now it's just who can finish on top here is the question.
And also, Shoreline Strikers did just call Jacob back in. Jacob was out. Now they're back in.
Love that.
And Sharkbait didn't have a terrible start either. 5 eliminations is better than some of their other starts that they've had so far. So they're not far behind going into this.
Wait, if Sharkbait has that many?
They have 5 eliminations right now.
Wait, oh my gosh, dude, this is insane, bro. This is so close.
It really
Seriously, it's gonna be. It's simply from here on out gonna be who can do the best in just this game.
Do we know if
Flat out.
Sharkbait made it out of the Kraken?
I didn't notice them getting out of the Kraken, so. But I do not know that for sure. Oh, this is a fight. This is a fight already with Bountiful Bubbles.
Oh my god.
They got
Oh my
one.
god, Winsanity.
They're winning it.
They got one. They're trying to stay alive for the moment. Winsanity just had another teammate go down, which I think was, again, at the hands of Bountiful Bubbles. So I think Bountiful Bubbles just got 2 more eliminations. Yeah, they're at 13 now.
And they're trying to catch Win as he flies away. He is kind of weak. They could potentially knock him off the Stingray here.
Oh.
So close, man. Those were good shots. I mean, that's not an easy target to hit as it moves around so quickly. And unfortunately for Win, they really needed these points. They were actually starting to come back up the leaderboard a little bit after the performance of last game. But that, for me, kind of puts a nail in the coffin as far as their hopes to win this thing. And now it's just trying to hold on and do the best that they possibly can. Hopefully win some more prize money.
Winsanity. They know that I actually love this confidence, Cypher. They know Winsanity is one of a couple remaining players on this team because they knocked the others. And in this final game where every bit counts, they are pushing the aggression towards Winsanity to try to find any elimination they can get.
They do got to be careful, though, not to put themselves in a bad position.
Yep.
Seems like they're going to call off the chase here as they're starting to get third-partied from the left.
That was really good by Seven. He saw this crew here at this compound and pumped the brakes. I thought for a moment, Cypher, like you were saying, I was like, I think he might just roll right into that trap and Winsanity might get lucky here. But they have continued the chase and have just circled around, and this might be it for Win.
They found him. They found him, and they know I have them trapped. Oh, Winsanity!
Wow,
I don't want to be you right
persistent.
now. But look at how well they're playing as a unit of 4. Right. This is where, in other games, I think we would have seen Shoreline Strikers just go for that team of 4 in that left building and just send it. Whereas these are calculated pushes from Bountiful Bubbles right now. Because of how well they played these last 3 eliminations, that's now 9 more points they've gotten. And they got 9 more points without losing an ounce of health. Look at their HP. They're completely fine, which you can tell they only took fights with extreme chances of it ending positively for them.
Absolutely.
That strategy,
they're crushing it.
That strategy is exactly why in the beginning they weren't really far up the leaderboard, and we saw like the more risk-taking teams like the Shoreline Strikers rise up to the top. But they have been very consistent from the beginning, even if they weren't shining in game 1 and game 2. That consistency adds up, especially as we go into this game number 5, and we're seeing it play out. And now they have the confidence, and they know they're past the threshold. I'm sure, we could be sitting here thinking about, the points all day, but I'm sure the competitors themselves calculated exactly how many points they needed. And you can see them right here swing on this duo, picking up 2 more knocks and now securing the elimination. That is one of the downsides of being split up as a team when you're controlling these houses, because if a confident team comes through, they might just catch you just like that.
No,
that
Cypher.
was so unfortunate. Obviously, we saw Winsanity front and center on your screen again.
Yeah, no.
The team just recalled him at the recall tower.
That's
in
what
Rozhok.
it was.
And Farouk and his squad just literally beelined right back to him. I don't know if they knew the teammate was still there and they went back because they just assumed, or if that was just dumb luck. But either way, how unfortunate for them as they're wiped off the map after a second and third chance.
And
is there any more chances? Can they still be brought back?
Wait, look who this is.
Oh, wow.
Shoreline Strikers one player already out. You've got someone knocked. Okay, I think they're going to get a chance to recover, and they've also now jumped up to 11 eliminations. They're keeping this
aggressive,
close. Bro. They're keeping this close.
Jacob is known for these clutch moments too late in tournaments. This is a guy that always seems to show up for the squad, so really excited to see what he does here from here on out. Until he's kind of in the zone here talking to the squad, and it looks like 6ix9ine is going to try to get it done here for Bountiful Bubbles. Taking a peek on Win too for, just to check in on him, see how he's doing.
Powerbang, I've had the honor to broadcast alongside you probably 4 or 5 of these different PUBG mobile events, and I think this is by far the closest finale we've ever had.
I think you're right.
Intensity
there always seems to be teams stacked, huh?
Just the intensity down to I cannot remember any time where we've had 3 teams all competing and knowing that they're all in it. And we're not just saying that because they were at the end of the first zone of this game, they were all within 3 points of each other, the top 3 teams. And now it just comes down to who can pop off. So right now, from a point perspective, if I had to guess, Sharkbait is having the worst game 5. But they're absolutely still in this because there's still 45 players left in every single team remaining.
Yep. If they can get in a position like they did last game, with the zone and just start frying the lobby as they rotate in and just use all the angles and the windows that they had, that might be enough for them to catch up. I mean, they already at least have 5 eliminations, which is half of what Shoreline Strikers has, and they were only 2 points behind Shoreline Strikers. But I do think, guys, that the challenge was such an important part of this game 5, escaping the Kraken. We're going to have to see if any other teams kind of slip back in and did manage to secure the 15 points, because realistically, only one of your teammates would have to go back in and secure the points for you. But that is going to, I truly think it's going to come down to that. It's going to come down to who secured that, because these teams do want to make it to the end. And if they all make it to the end, Bountiful Bubbles and their Kraken escape, that might be it. That might be the reason they take it home.
It's very true.
I don't think it gets high up.
That escape is going to be absolutely insane. But what I will say is the Bountiful Bubbles had to do the most coming into this game. So far, they have done the most. They've put themselves right in the conversation. Just like Courage was saying, there are 3 teams that are really into it right now as we watch some hang gliding action off of a flying whale. Didn't think I'd say those words this morning, but here we are. We are heading into an epic final circle where you are right. There are 3 teams right now that it's anyone's game at this point. And I cannot wait to see who's going to clutch up and take this. I have no idea who's going to win.
And you can tell players are knowing this is it because this is the most stacked game we've also had, with still every team remaining. Now here's a look at our zone with taking note of the teams that are in probably the best positions. Oh, wait. Production, we have to get to the top right. We have to try to get to the top right. That is our 2 top teams, Shoreline Strikers and Bountiful Bubbles, within 1 inch of each other currently, all fighting in the same area. Sharkbait, they're pretty safe right now, but our top 2 teams are right next to each other on the map, and it looks like Bountiful Bubbles is escaping. It looks like they want no part of this, Cypher.
That's a smart thing to do. These guys have been dangerous.
Wait, Powerbang, we need to find out, does that count for taking a portal? Because that was that not the ruins?
It does say escape the Kraken via the portal.
Okay, we're going to have to find out, because that's going to change things drastically.
They did go down. They went through a portal. The Kraken may still be down there, but Jacob eliminated. Trouble now for the Shoreline Strikers. They go down, get the challenge, apparently, but they are punished for it, and they're now down to 2 members.
And they're in trouble right now. Mango is in big trouble. He is still stuck here with these players, and I think they do know that he's here. They're trying to move in on him right now, trying to locate him. He's a dangerous player. He's on the roof. He's throwing some nades. Are they going to be able to get to the roof? Is there a way to get up here, or is he kind of... Oh, my God, they're using the water orb to fly up. He throws down his own orb.
And the other remaining teammate just got knocked, Cypher.
It all comes down to him, but this is crazy. There's no way. There's third party shooting him as well now. He's trying to get to the other roof. Everything. He's trying to use anything he can to get away. There's no way that team lets him go. There's just no way.
You know that his teammates are screaming, stay alive, do whatever you can to stay alive. Shoreline Strikers goes down right here. This could be their tournament falling apart right in front of their eyes.
Mango, get it done. Escape, my friend. He is trying his hardest to get out of there.
No way.
On the, you know, the good side,
they're gonna catch him
have
here.
secured several $1,000s so far, at least.
Oh, down goes Mango. And down goes the Shoreline Strikers. That just changed the entire storyline of this tournament.
What a great run for them. I mean, I do think, by the way, even as they go down there, they did manage to secure 200 points, but I don't think it's going to be enough because, you know, Bountiful Bubbles is already at 200. They're probably even past it by now. So
they're there and they're rolling too. It's not like they just leaked over. They've got momentum on their side.
Okay. Now, typically in these tournaments, the Sharkbait are still alive too. Typically in these tournaments, when you are one of the top teams, you are also trying to keep track in the elimination feed of the other top teams as well. So I'm wondering if now Bountiful Bubbles, who's been a team that's kind of always played for the late game, has recognized that their main opponents, at least one of their main opponents in Shoreline Strikers, are eliminated from this final game. Sharkbait is still in this, and they've got themselves a decent amount of limbs too.
They've got a good spot in the zone too, Courage. Most importantly, that's going to favor them as they move into the circle and secure a position on that short side. I will say that Bountiful Bubbles here, they have a difficult road ahead of them. They've got to work through 3 or 4 squads up the side of this mountain. Thankfully, they do have one of the Stingrays, but it is not going to be easy for them to get into zone.
Wow, this height here. This is no joke.
It's up there.
Yeah, this is no joke right now. Maybe Shark's on top of the world, it feels like, getting every angle possible. You can't drop off this, right? Okay, I was going to say. I thought they were about to go down.
About to see some 360 no-scopes, you know? You see some trick shots here. Ooh, nice shots. Baby Shark connects with her gaming. Drops her.
What about 2? 2 sounds good to me.
Oh, nearly gets punished there.
Man, things are starting to pop off. These squads are coming together, and third parties on third parties right now. No one's able to get the finish because everybody's got that hard cover, the rocks and the cliffs in between the squads. But it is about time for that zone to close. We got 19 seconds before this circle causes even more havoc.
This is one of the most dangerous endgame circles we've seen so far. There's not a lot of cover, and it's going uphill. So we're going from 27 remaining players, but I think that number's going to drop dramatically here the next couple of minutes.
My question is, Courage, can Sharkbait pick up some of the elims as this zone closes? They are sitting at the bottom of the hill towards the south, and I don't know, man, but if any teams come over the lip here, Sharkbait has an opportunity to secure a ton of elims.
They most certainly do. And I actually like how Poseidon Posse just consolidated towards one side of the mountain to make sure they don't get flanked, because everyone's beginning to push uphill. Still so many players alive, but you brought up a great point of the fact that this mountain is kind of putting a thorn into the side of many of these players from getting these final eliminations. So on the south side, we still see Sharkbait with all 4 members alive. And now the zone pulls all the way up to the top. Some teams might not even, can they even scale this mountain? I guess they can from that one side is their only chance.
They got to have those rays, man. And what an unfortunate shift for Sharkbait. And what a beautiful shift for some of these other squads that are on top of this mountain that we're going to have to move. But now I believe, now I don't quote me on this, but I think it's Bountiful Bubbles up there that's doing a lot of this work.
I think there was a large trade that actually went down between Flounder Fury and the side of Poseidon Posse. Bountiful Bubbles are nearby, but I don't know if they've had that angle. It could be Reef Raiders who's up there causing a lot of trouble too.
As long as they have that position, though, at that part of the zone, I think they're in good shape. Like, they may not have gotten the elims, but they're still alive, and that's what they're hoping for.
And Sharkbait also haven't gotten an elimination in a while. They might get one right here. It looks like they will. They will, and that's also more placement points to them.
Yeah,
But
Cypher,
look,
I feel a bit bad for
19
Sharkbait there.
eliminations for Bountiful Bubbles, 19, and they're on the
dude.
high ground right now.
They
This is
should
such
have this
a
high
great
ground.
position for them.
Oh, dude, they're gonna win.
It's another right there. 21 elims
Yep.
now.
I mean, 6'9" is the tournament MVP right now. With the plays he made in the game before this, 12 in game 5. They've now got the best position by far. One of the opposing top 3 teams is still alive in this game, Sharkbait, but they're all the way on the ultimate low ground. And if you're Bountiful Bubbles now, you can methodically begin to take over this height, and they could go for 30
They're headed up
in
now.
this last game.
Courage, they're headed up now. It's going to be a
They're headed up
clash
now.
between the top 2 teams.
Here we go. Sharkbait in between. They're getting shot in the back. Did Bountiful
They didn't
get
see him?
They drove past Bounty without seeing
Bountiful
them.
Bubbles didn't get spotted, and now they just put themselves right in the middle of everyone. So Bountiful Bubbles from Ultimate Ide is one player up near them. You can see Ella from Reef Raiders bouncing around as well. I think Bountiful Bubbles are going to win this game.
How unfortunate for Sharkbait. I thought they were going to take the fight with Bountiful Bubbles, and they drove in front of them and turned their backs. So it's the ultimate wrong thing that they were trying to do. And oh my goodness, what a turn of the tables here. 7 from Bountiful Bubbles now on the push. Only 3 teams remain as Sharkbait is eliminated. Bountiful Bubbles closing in on what they hope to be a tournament victory here. Absolutely clutch performance from them so far this game, Cypher.
I am so curious if Bountiful Bubbles made the play there as they heard them driving up to kind of just lay low and see what happens, because there's just I thought they drove right past them, but they must have missed them because they had their back turned and got shot in the back. I really want to see a replay shot of that drive up. That's crazy.
Now, with nerves probably through the roof, knowing they're on the verge of taking this tournament, Bountiful Bubbles still on high ground, still with a full team of 4, the only full squad remaining, both other teams fighting it out, power bang. This could very well be it.
We're cruising towards the finish line. Courage almost there. We know teams have crossed that 200-point threshold, and now it's just a matter of who has gotten the furthest across the threshold. Right now, Bountiful Bubbles looks like they're in prime position to take that first place spot, but they are not finished yet. A full team of 4 with just 5 more players in front of them, and they've got the high ground here. So the zone's starting to close, and it all comes down to this.
Using
Yes,
the
it
orbs
does.
right there to travel down. But this is such an awkward position for a lot of these players. Like, the hill is dangerous as you're going downhill, just getting shot left and right. But 7 has a really great angle up here and might be able to secure the win for him and his team right there. Ladies and gentlemen, Bountiful Bubbles winning the final game and what seems like the entire tournament.
Absolutely insane finish on that one. Bountiful Bubbles needed the biggest performance coming into that game, and boy, oh boy, did they deliver. Double-digit elims. We're talking over 20 there. Crazy stuff from them. Came out early, Courage, aggressive, got the wins that they needed early on, finished some challenges, and ultimately they just kept it rolling. And the fight that keeps coming into my mind was the one against Winsanity and his squad. They got him once, and then ultimately chased him down. They got the revives, and then they got him again. So just farming those elims. Unfortunate for Winsanity's squad, but really just super impressive stuff from Farouk Ahmad and the Bountiful Bubbles.
You couldn't make up a better final game. A win with the most elims, I believe, of anyone in an individual match today, plus also completing the challenge. That is if they played a final game 50 times over, they would not have a better game than that. What an impressive ending. I think Bountiful Bubbles just pulled off the comeback of the century right there.
They certainly may have. And the interesting thing, Cypher, with the format of this tournament, like Bountiful Bubbles was in 12th place after the first game today. So they had an opportunity to really kind of show up when it mattered, and they did exactly that over those last few games. Got those multipliers working in their favor, and ultimately, we're going to see them land if not in the top spot, they're definitely going to be top 2 here. But I have a good feeling they're going to like where they land at the end of this tournament.
I mean, that final game is worth 3x. It's like winning game 1 3 times to start the tournament. Like, that is crazy. And then to finish with the most amount of eliminations, to finish the objective, to just play so well. Like, the thing is, like, they had 20 something eliminations, but it almost felt like they were still playing very defensive and very proper. They didn't chase, Win Sanity into the other team. They wrapped around and found him, and then they found him again. They were going for easy picks, guaranteed eliminations. They played smart, and that ended up paying off big time. So I'm glad to see that.
Oh, dude, imagine your Win Sanity. You just get brought back, and then you see that flying on in, and you're like, yeah, no, I'm done, bro. Our tournament's done. Oh,
man,
my goodness.
The swiftness of that push, too. Like, they didn't even respect the person on the roof. They just flew in on those rays and was like, listen, it's over for you guys. We're feeling it this game. So, unfortunate for Winsanity and the team. I don't think they did anything wrong there. There's nothing that they could have really done. The Bountiful Bubbles were just feeling it.
Bountiful Bubbles ended game 1 dead last place with 4 limbs in placement. And then from then on out, they went 4th with 11 limbs, 1st with 11 limbs, 8th with 12 limbs, 1st with 27 limbs. I mean, what mental fortitude to the roof. Brilliant job. And from here on out, Sharkbait had no idea Bountiful Bubbles were over this edge. Even that shot right there as Ahmad took out their #1 opponent in that final sequence. Just so well done. Look at this, 26. 6ix9ine had 14 eliminations himself. And then the final shots come on through. Bountiful Bubbles, your deep sea domination champions. I'm calling it right now, Powerbang. There's no way they didn't win.
Crazy. 27 elims, like, that's just baffling to me how you pick up that many in one game. But we did promise you guys a 4th hint for our giveaway, and as you can see, there is now a QR code on the screen. So your 4th hint is lurks. Now, I will say, combine these 4 hints in whatever way makes sense to you. Enter it at amg.gg/deepsea sweeps, or you can just scan the QR code on screen. I will give you a hint and say the codes are case sensitive. Put in all capital letters and use spaces, and that will help you guys to get your redemption codes for UC. 36 of you will get those codes, and once they're gone, they're gone. So best of luck picking up that free UC, guys, and thanks for tuning in, obviously, this entire time and picking up those hints. Cypher, do you feel so bold as Courage to call the winner early? Do you think that's the case?
They had such a great last game. There's no way they don't have like 300 points right now. That was ridiculous. I mean, listen. It was a great story. We had some titans going back and forth. The Shoreline Strikers, they came in short in the end, but they secured 5 checkpoints, man. So like, getting first place, what was $5,000? They also secured 5 checkpoints, so they still got $5,000 in just checkpoints alone. So you can't feel too upset for them, but I do think Bubbles, the Bountiful Bubbles, they took it. They took it. My guess.
Well, let's see if that's indeed the case. Let's announce officially the winner of PUBG Mobile's Deep Sea Domination Tournament, and it is none other than the Bountiful Bubbles. Gentlemen, you were correct. The Bountiful Bubbles will take home the $5,000 first place prize, and obviously pretty impressive stuff here in the last game. They came to play what it mattered and picked up a monster game number 5. So again, congrats to them. Courage, give us the lowdown, man. What were your thoughts on the event as a whole tonight? I mean, was this exactly what you expected? Obviously, you sat in on a few of these in the past. 141, good lord.
141 points in one game is absurd. Look at the rest of the lobby. I think they doubled second. I thought this was my favorite format I've seen from any PUBG Mobile tournament that I've had the pleasure of casting so far. I always have so much fun with these. My community has so much fun engaging with these, and I know the PUBG Mobile community and everyone who participates has a blast. So just a major shout out to PUBG Mobile and everyone who helped host this production. I mean, this was great. This graphic was so cool and so unique. This was just so well done. So a major shout out to all of our players today, to those who won on Bountiful Bubbles. Heck, to those on Shoreline Strikers who were pretty darn close too, who I know walked away with a good amount of cash as well. So cool to see, and I'm already excited for the next one. I hope we keep this building bonus point multiplier sequence for the future tournaments.
It's cool, man. It's like one of those things where no team is ever out of it, but obviously if you do your thing, you're gonna be in a position to win no matter what. And obviously the bountiful bubbles here, as we take a peek at the end, they almost hit 300 points.
Nearly
Cypher, can you believe
That's
it?
crazy.
I can't even believe that's crazy. If they were a little bit higher, I think going into this final game, because remember they were down 20 or so points below the two below them. They might
They definitely would have
100.
hit 300 if they were going in with 160 like Sharkbait and Shoreline Strikers. But like, look at that. Shoreline Strikers being in first the entire time and then just slipping at the end. I mean, it makes the tournament exciting when you have the multipliers going in. And this was my first PUBG mobile casting and first time really seeing the gameplay like this. And honestly, I was really blown away with the features that were added with this update. And I want to remind everybody watching on whatever stream you're watching, you can download PUBG Mobile right now. There's a link in the description, and you can check out all this awesome new content. But look at the prize pool right here. Look,
Oh man,
Shoreline Strikers still coming out with almost they got edged out by a little bit, but they got a good amount of earnings right there because of all those checkpoints that they secured.
absolutely. They almost took home as much as first place here, so they are probably not super upset with the prize pool at all. I will note that they have to be slightly disappointed that they were one elim away from taking second place and kind of getting a bit more prize money there. They did fall to third. They were 1 point behind second place, so unfortunate for them. They do fall a little bit towards the end, but that's the name of the game sometimes. Very excited to see how that ended up, especially for the bountiful bubbles. I know a lot of the players on that squad, and it couldn't happen to better people. So again, very excited about that, and excited to hopefully hear from one of our players. I'm not sure if we're able to get in contact here. We are just getting word that Farouk will probably be joining us here in just a moment to chat about the dub. But yeah, like you guys mentioned before, if you guys haven't already downloaded PUBG Mobile and you're just seeing this stuff for the first time, I can promise you it is as fun as it looks. Make sure you guys go check out that link in the description and download. Join us on the Battlegrounds. But without further ado, let's bring in Farouk Ahmad, captain of the Bountiful Bubbles squad. Congratulations, Farouk, on the victory. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Thank you so much, PP. And I'm kind of nervous and excited at this moment, to be honest. And it was a clutch game, the last one, to be honest.
Absolutely. Well, talk to me a little bit about, I guess, the fight that you had with Winsanity and his squad. You chased him down once on the Ray, got the elim, and then immediately went back and smoked a squad again in Rosshawk. What was that planned, or was that just like a happy accident that happened? I gotta know.
It was totally accident. We see that the people landing, and we says, okay, we have to go back and get those people. And the strategy was 2 people was just covering us, and we was just going like 100%. And that's how we got the win again. And to be honest, if you guys watch my stream, in the end, when I eliminate the Vinsanti, I say, sorry, Vin. And, out for the respect, the second time we finished him, yeah, that was GG's, man.
You love to hear that. I have a question. After game number 1, you guys were in last place. You were in 13th place. Did you talk to your team, or was there anything that you said to kind of turn things around? Because immediately going into game number 2, you guys had a much better performance. So what was it like after game 1, and what did you say to your team, and what was the plan?
So plan was just to stay alive till at least like the third last circle, and then we try to get maximum like elimination we can, and that's what the stats. And the other teammates, they was really good, the 69 and the C1 and also the Dream. Everybody was helpful to each other, and they listened to me and the team captain, and yeah, that's how we win.
Farouk,
Awesome.
Congratulations. I mean,
thank you so much.
So impressive to see. Last question for you from me. You guys going into that final game were down by just a little bit. You had to pop off. Did you guys have any idea that your number 1 competitor there, the team that finished second, got eliminated by you guys on that mountain, or you were just seeing red and taking out anything?
We are just seeing the red. We are just seeing the red. Wherever we see the people, we are just pushing. That was the stat. Maximum elimination we can get. That was only the stats. So I was assisting the 69, and the other person was assisting the C1, the Dream, and that's how we play.
Wow. Amazing. So really kind of leaning on the, I guess, the talent of the community competitors that qualified through and was able to join your squad. Farouk, I'll give you the mic if you wanted to address the community. The floor is yours for just this moment, since you now have your time to shine, man. So what do you got to say to the PUBG Mobile fans out there?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, PUBG Mobile, for inviting me in the amazing event. And other than that, guys, if you haven't downloaded the PUBG Mobile, this is the one of the best event. I'm enjoying so much in this event, and especially the thanks to PUBG Mobile and thanks to PG, Courage, and all of you guys who are watching right here. And can't thank enough to you guys who are watching and supporting me and playing the PUBG Mobile and getting that win. This is your wins, guys. This is your wins also.
Thank you, Farouk. You should have let me know you were going to do all that. I would have just left. You could have closed the show, my man. You did it. So thank you very much for the closing there, and obviously congratulations once again. And give my congrats as well as the boys here to Bountiful Bubbles as well. Your guys' squad was really fun to watch tonight. So again,
thank you so
congrats
much.
On the big dub.
Thank you so much.
Well, there it is, guys. Farouk of our winning squad, Bountiful Bubbles, has joined us, has said his piece, and really excited again for this event. I would love to throw it to you, Jack, for your final thoughts of the evening. What did you love here that you saw here tonight in PUBG Mobile?
Honestly, this event was absolutely perfect from start to finish. The only thing that brought down this event was the fact that I had to spend more time with Cypher. I mean,
oh my God,
goodness,
come on.
because
Man.
he said he was just being so
we
mean.
We spent all day together, bro.
Yeah,
come on.
No, this was awesome. I loved this format. Seriously. PUBG Mobile, you guys continue to raise the bar. The community always rallies so much around these events. Congratulations to all 36 UC winners, because I know that those have all been claimed as well. And just super grateful to be here, to be involved. And it's my favorite place to come and cast now, because I still love casting, and you guys just make it so easy. So shout out production, shout out Powerbank, shout out Cypher, and love you all.
Amazing. Thank you. Cypher, over to you, my man. Final words for tonight.
It's been a while since I've casted an event, and this is my first, like I said, PUBG Mobile casting event. I had a blast. It was a lot of fun. It was very engaging, and even as someone who doesn't have a lot of experience with PUBG Mobile, it was very easy to follow what was going on. I mean, after I got my questions answered about the flying stingray and the Kraken, the rest was actually pretty self-explanatory, and I enjoyed the gameplay. I enjoyed the competition. I love how close it was. So thank you guys so much for having me.
Amazing. Well, boys, I appreciate you joining me once again. Always a pleasure to cast with some goats of the industry, and had a blast with you guys tonight. And as Courage mentioned, all 36 UC codes have been claimed by you guys. So excited that you're able to get in there. Hopefully you spend it on some cool stuff. I hear there's a Lambo in the game right now. You can go pick up some of that, but I would probably use it on the Winsanity voice pack. Just saying. Brand new in the game, launched tonight. Win. Congratulations once again, and the UC winners that did take home that big prize money are on the screen right here. So congrats again to all of you guys. My name has been Powerbang, been the host of the show tonight. Very much enjoyed doing this, as always, with the best mobile game on the planet. If you guys haven't downloaded PUBG Mobile, definitely do that. Follow everywhere on social media at PUBG Mobile as well. And we'll see you guys in the next event. Congrats to our winners, and take care, guys.